Okay, everybody, how's it going? Hope you're well. A little bit different setup today. Sorry about that. Today I had to, and don't worry about the shaking. My camera is actually on my laptop screen up here, so it's a bit of an awkward setup. But good to see everybody. How's it going? And sorry, let me get caught up in chat. Hey, it's Ama Crouton. Good to see you. Okay, context. Not sure if anyone follows. No, I don't know 96.9 The Eagle. Probably just not my locale, but every time they get a rancid comment or complaint, oh, that's awesome. So they keep it going, huh? That's awesome. I love that. That's a good kind of spite. You love to see it. 07. And yeah, doing that in Oklahoma is pretty cool. In fact, let's see if it's up now. What was it? 96.9 The Eagle. But that's awesome. Let me see. For their annual Pride Month logo shenanigans. I don't see it. Here, I don't want to listen to any music. I don't see it though. Am I looking at the wrong one maybe? Hang on a minute. This is what I'm seeing right now. Is it this station? 96.9 The Eagle? Or is this the wrong one? Okay, hang on a minute. Let me find 96.9 The Eagle, Kentucky. Because there's... Wow. Okay. Hang on. Sorry, I probably had the wrong one. This one's in Jacksonville, Florida. No, that's not it. Is it this one? 96.9? No, that's Kiss FM. That's the Christian station, right? Yeah, no, this is out of Jacksonville, Florida, as far as I can see. Maybe it's a different station? Boise? I don't see that anywhere. Let me see, The Eagle. Hang on a minute. 96.9 KKGL. Huh, I don't see the icon. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm not doubting you. I just don't know which one it is. Like, I don't know. $96.9 The Eagle, Lexington. Is it Lexington? Kiss 96.9. Yeah, no, I'm not finding it. Discord? Okay, let me find it. Sorry, getting distracted here. Where did you drop it? Sports ball? No. Good news? That's the one I was looking at. Okay, so I guess it's just on their Facebook. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, oh, that's pretty cool. And they just kept it up. That's pretty cool. But yeah, okay, they're out of Boise, Idaho. Interesting. They don't have it up on their main site though, which is really interesting. Maybe they just don't update that, but that is pretty. Yeah, I'm not gonna open Facebook on stream. So yeah. Anyways, tonight what we're gonna be doing. Sorry, distraction at the beginning. Tonight what we'll be doing is we will be, and especially for creators, anybody who's a creator, a streamer, anyone like that, we will be, sorry, let me go big cam. We will be actually, so, for anybody who's a creator or a streamer, we will be setting up streaming, OBS, plugins, chatbot, all that kind of stuff on Linux. Some people might think, oh, yeah, you can't set that up on Linux. That's only for Windows and Mac users. You would be wrong. So we're going to set all of that up, and we are even also going to set up Touch Portal. I have an old iPad here. And we're gonna set up Touch Portal on my iPad. I do have the app, but we just need to connect it through, and I'll show you how to set that up. Okay, so we're gonna set up the iPad with Touch Portal, You can also set up Stream Decks if you have an Elgato Stream Deck with the physical buttons. You can also set that up. Linux is a tool for that. So yeah, Linux really has you covered. Now, are there some limitations? Perhaps. Also, what we're gonna do as part of the streaming setup, I'll show you how to set up a microphone. So this is another mic that I have. It's my old Blue Snowball. This used to be my main stream mic. Now I have a AT2020. Which sounds a lot better. But this mic served me for my first couple years of streaming, and it was really pretty good. It's not the best as far as sound quality. You really have to use EQs and compressors to make this thing sound decent, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So anyways, we're going to set that up, and we'll be on our way to getting more stuff set up in Linux. Yesterday we made a lot of good progress. I mean, I started out in Windows with a blank USB stick. We made the ISO, we rebooted into it, installed Linux, and we got a bunch of stuff set up. We got all the updates done. I showed you how to do word processing in Excel, you know, with LibreOffice. Then I showed you how to set up a browser, how to set up Steam, play a couple games, things like that, and also how to set up GOG if you use other game stores like that, you know, GOG. If you use Epic, any of those, you can use Lutris to log into those stores and actually download and install your games. Very, very, very cool. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight, though. Well, actually, tonight we're going to be setting up the streaming tool. So let's say you install a couple games, whatever. Now you want to stream. Now, how are you going to do that? So we're going to show you how to do that tonight. All right, you ready? So the first thing we're going to set up, actually, and I know Atomic Crouton, you were talking about, actually, I know you had a specific question about a movie editor. I think it was MoveAV or MoveAVI or whatever it was called. I don't know the pronunciation. Apologies. But this is, I believe it was on Steam, right? So I don't know where you have MoveAVI installed. It is on Steam. You have it on Steam. So the nice thing with Steam is you can actually run this on a Linux machine. Now, how well it will run, I cannot guarantee. That we have to Google and find out. So let me do that offline. But what you can do, you can install it, and it should, from what I've seen from a little bit of Googling I've done, what I've done is you can run this through Proton. Okay, so you can run MoveAVI or whatever it's called, MoveAVI. I don't know how to say it, but you can run this through Proton, through Steam, on Linux. So that's at least as far as I know. So we're gonna talk about that. Also, oh yeah, we're also going to talk about how to set up Creation Kit for Skyrim and then for Fallout 4. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that as well. So, or no, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow, not today. So. Tonight will be all streaming. Now, there are a couple options. So actually first, let's set up OBS, right? Let's do the absolute basics first. And I'm going to turn down the music. Music was loud last time, so I'm going to turn it down a little bit. There we go, not up. Because it felt like yesterday I was like talking over the music, so now it's just nice and light, just in the background. We're going to now set up OBS, all right? So let's get going with that. So as you can see here, we've got our desktop set up. Looks beautiful, looks pretty. I made some tweaks to it overnight. Awesome. Yeah, tell them the stream's coming here. You know, send them the link and stuff, like to my YouTube channel. If they don't have Twitch, they can always watch on YouTube. So with that, let's get going. Let's get going with the, and actually let me check a couple of things first before we get going here. Let me check my Blue Sky. There we go. Yeah, I did post it on Blue Sky as well. Blue Sky it's such a dead platform. Like, people don't really use it. It's full of annoying liberals. All right. Oh, Blue Sky. Blue Sky's full of them. I can't tell you how many times I've been called an anti-Semite on Blue Sky. It's funny because I don't even do any like weird. I'm not like Bad Empanada out here like posting. You know, I'm not fed posting and all that stuff. But you know, I'll just say something slightly critical, or I'll like I was I was replying to a thread about I think it was about Melik Kiros or one of the other socialist candidates that's gone up recently, and God, man, there are so many annoying people in the replies. It is unbelievable. Like, it is just, yeah, it's a status symbol. It's a hug box for liberals and for centrists. Which again, liberals aren't really liberals. They don't stand for liberal values. They don't. Like, it's funny, the only people upholding liberal values right now are democratic socialists. Maybe because it is based on liberal enlightenment ideas. Maybe that's why. You know, the quote unquote liberals of today, they're just conservatives in blue clothing. That's all they are. That is all they are. End of the day, like, you know, they say, oh, we believe in Western this, that. No, you don't believe in any of that. Shut up. I've been critical of leftism in there before, and I've been called a secret op, and it's like, yeah, well, there's that as well. There are sort of the cancel happy sort of lib left, and then you have, like, you know, centrist libs in there who, you know, like the Ezra Klein crowd, basically. Ezra Klein's readership is all up in there. Their leftism begins with their privilege ends, exactly, yep. Whereas, you know, my leftism is pretty consistent, like end to end. Like, I don't associate it with privilege or anything like that, so... Is it? I don't know. There are some pretty cool people on Twitter. As much as I hate that platform and who owns it and who runs it, but yeah. And oh, by the way, I don't know if you saw this. Just a little bit of drama. Just a little bit of drama. It's a very low. Well, there's no bar. It's just you know, establishing a bar. I guess that's what Blue Sky does. But I just wanted to show you all this. So I don't know if you saw Extra Emily. So Extra Emily, right? She got banned for just a bit of drama here. A little bit of yes, we are, but we always are. But I don't know if you saw about Extra Emily. She was banned by Twitch. Obviously, she almost caused an accident while driving and streaming at the same time the other day, and then Twitch unbanned her 24 hours later. I'm not sure why. So obviously she's one of the biggest creators on Twitch, so that's probably the reason. And of course, you know, she's doing her half apology, and basically what she said, this is her quote, by the way. Look at this. I completely understand why I was suspended because it's dangerous. So basically what happened is when she got banned, that stream, like, she wasn't looking where she was going. She was changing lanes to her left and a car came. Like, she didn't see a car in her blind spot. Oh, there is no standard on Twitch anymore. It's like Kick now. It's becoming like Kick. So I might as well go on Kick. Anyways, but what I'm saying is that Extra Emily, she got banned for that, and then a day later unbanned. Like, we thought it was a perma, it wasn't. So now look at this. I completely understand why I was suspended, because it's very dangerous and I want to learn from my mistake and do better in the future. So from now on, I'm going to minimize the amount of driving I'm doing on stream. No, you just don't do it. There's a third option, Emily. It's called not driving while streaming. You do that stuff offline responsibly. Ooh, are you kidding? Yeah, how about not? How about don't do that? Like, I don't know, get her a sim racing wheel. I don't know. If she wants to drive on stream, get a simulator. What the, like, get her hooked on truck sim. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Oh no, I think I actually, Toma Crouton, I watched your video. I think I checked your YouTube. I watched your video. That was a really bad situation. I'm sorry, really sorry you had to go through that. And yeah, some can't trust a lot of creators. That's why I'm very particular. You've probably seen I'm pretty particular about who I associate with, and even some people I associate with, I know they're a little bit problematic, but I push back on them a lot just so they, you know, I want to encourage people to grow and myself to grow as well. So yeah, it's like I'm not perfect in who I, you know, set boundaries with, but I am like pretty wary. Like, you're not gonna see me here, lick Bad Empanada's boots. Okay, I'm not doing that. Okay, I don't care if he makes a good point or broken clock twice a day or whatever. I will not. Okay, if like I want to see someone else much better saying the same thing, and then I'll agree. So anyways, yeah, she's like, I'm gonna minimize my driving. Well, yeah, guess what happened? Yeah, there's a third option called driving off stream. Apparently, she was driving today. What happened? Um, yeah, she's making a massive joke of it too. An auto stop sign asking for a ride. Um, sorry, I probably shouldn't free scroll here, but hang on. I thought there was a clip of her driving today too. I suppose we could check her Twitch channel. So this is the original clip. This is the original clip where she got banned. See? Right there. That's what got her banned. Yeah, whoa, oh my, yeah. And this is not her first time doing this. She does this a lot. It should be, yeah. She should get a license revoked. Yeah. She's been kicked out of restaurants before, you know, she's, again, a nuisance. And now, check this out. She was caught doing it again today. She was caught doing it again today. Yeah. It's like you broke your even half promise of, oh, I'm not going to do it with chat on the screen. You broke your promise. You are responding to chat. Like, again, why is she doing this? There's no content. There's nothing here. Like, I'd rather see you play Truck Simulator. That's infinitely more interesting because Truck Simulator is actually challenging, you know? Maybe you learn to be a good driver if you play Truck Simulator instead of doing that. Yeah, you shouldn't be driving while streaming. Yeah, and again, she's just very, very content brain. Now, some people might say, you just hate women, you just hate women. Of course, like, people are going to say, it's like, no, it's not a woman thing. It's about accountability, no matter who it is. If it's a guy, oh, yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, though, Aglor, I know you're over there. Aglor's over in YouTube chat. But publishing your crimes for the world to see was met with prosecution. Again, though, McCarthyism, right? McCarthyism was a big problem. McCarthyism, witch hunts, things like that were a problem, right? So it went in the other wrong direction often, so to speak. That's the thing I don't like about it, is when it goes in the direction of witch hunting, and unfortunately that's how a lot of things go. Yes, yeah, don't use social justice shields. Again, this is a problem I encounter as a South Asian creator, by the way. We'll get to tech stuff, don't worry. We'll get to OBS stuff. Just a quick thing. This is something that I, as being a South Asian creator who's a progressive, I see it a lot in leftist spaces where they don't talk about the part of the world I'm from, or if they get me on stream and I talk about it and I present the topic, like, oh neat, oh yeah, I didn't know that. They just play dumb, and they don't actually learn, and they don't understand the parallel of what I'm talking about with what's going on in, say, America or the Europe or wherever. Like, they don't understand the parallel. Or like, I'll criticize China for something they legitimately did badly in, say, Sri Lanka, and they'll say, well, you can't say that about, you know, the greatest socialist country in the world, whatever. Like, come on. Yeah, they've done plenty of atrocities themselves, just as many. You know, the Great Leap Forward, quote unquote, also supplying ammunition and planes to Sri Lanka's Air Force to do a genocide. They also supply Israel with surveillance tech, and many other countries, Russia, etc., and the US, mind you. They also supply us surveillance tech as well, because they just do it. They do it more. They're more advanced than everyone else about it. You know, it's like, again, if you criticize China in front of a lot of these people, oh, they get mad. And it's like, okay, you do realize I'm talking about genocide, right? And they're like, well, yeah, but still, you can't do that. America is the only country that does. No. No, India itself. I'm from India. Okay, I'm from India. Okay, I'm from India. And I know my home country has committed genocide. Multiple of them, by the way. They're committing one right now, effectively, in Manipur. They're carrying one out in the Andaman Islands against the indigenous people to build more tourist spots for people, because it's tropical paradise or whatever. So they're chasing they're pushing the indigenous people off their land. They violently by the force of the Navy. And of course, you know, India also bombed civilians in not only in Yiram during the 1990s, but also they bombed civilians in Northeast India, in Mizoram. Was it Mizoram or it was Mizoram? Yeah, in Mizoram, they bombed Mizoram in the 1960s. Yep, their own, by the way. Yeah, their own citizens, by the way. So as an Indian, you're not going to see me proudly waving an Indian flag and doing Jai Hind and all that stuff, okay? I'm much more sort of, I'm not going to do that. Right. Aglor, yeah, McCarthyism was non-crimes, but back then it was seen by the system as crimes, and yes, like, yeah, people went to jail for being accused of being communists. I mean, look what happened to the Black Panthers. Like, jail or they were killed, right? In some way, somehow. So, yeah, like, yeah, it's no question that, like, yeah, the problem is the way we used to do it was also kind of bad because it enabled the same sort of witch hunting, right? So, yeah, you could say you publish your crimes, it met with prosecution and actual consequences, but then a lot of times those actual consequences would unjustly be put on people who did nothing wrong except, I don't know, they were communist or whatever. Like, and they didn't, you know, if anything, the Black Panthers, probably the most egregious thing they ever did was feed kids breakfast. So, and protest. I don't know, like, if, you know, all very, very, like, good things to do. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, those kind of frustrations, like, I'm seeing these kind of frustrations, and I feel like, you know, I'm only saying this because as a creator myself, I empathize with other creators who feel like these spaces, you know, along with all the way the tech industry is going, with everything getting centralized, corporatized, you know, that's, I think, why, like, I'm kind of sort of doing this as well. It's not just about, you know, moving off, you know, boo Microslop and all that stuff. There is that, but I think it goes beyond that. It's like, I feel like creators are stuck between a rock and a hard place in a lot of ways, not just with the technical tools, you know? So, right, it doesn't. What I'm saying, Aglor, is that same mechanism, the problem is you get a ratchet effect, right? It's like, oh, if you start going after, so let's say you, and I'm not saying don't go, I'm not saying Extra Emily shouldn't be held accountable to, like, you know, she should be arrested, like, absolutely should be arrested, 100%. Arrested, license suspended, car taken away, etc. Yeah, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that, and also streaming privileges revoked, internet disconnected. I would actually go that far. But the problem is, there are plenty of powerful people in the state who would also want the same to be done to the likes of Hassan or the likes of, you know, Denims. And, you know, if you see what, you know, Ethan Klein has been doing with Denims lately, Ethan, as stupid and silly and incompetent as that idiot is, he can pull on a lot of strings to make things happen with public officials, with how much, you know, the mainstream media just constantly brings up Hassan, Hassan, Hassan. He can weaponize that to the nth degree and throw these people in political prison effectively. I know that's a stretch, but the longer this situation stays, the more likely that is to happen, with the more visibility it gets, right? So even though Ethan's losing in court, he's going to keep trying, and he's got plenty of strings he can pull. He can pull Dan Saltman, Destiny. He can pull on a lot of, you know, the ADL and some of those. Like, he could pull on a lot of strings. Okay, so that's someone like him, someone like Destiny. In fact, I don't know if you saw recently, Destiny, I won't show you the tweet, but basically Destiny in his own chat on DGG, you know, Destiny.gg, actually is openly threatening, and everybody saw it. He posted it on public in DGG. You can see it in the live chat. The logs are there. He posted that, you know, we need to witch hunt, go after these creators, get them, you know, and involve the law and everything else. Like, he was threatening lawfare against so many people. It's unbelievable. Now, will that go anywhere? No, but the fact that he's willing to wage, Sex Pastini is willing to wage lawfare like that, you know, as like a witch hunt, that's McCarthyism all over again. This is just a repeat of that. So what I like, again, I'm for holding people like Extra Emily, people like Asmongold, who openly make threats every single day on their stream against entire groups of people. You know, Tectone, obviously, he's got a suit against him for actual spousal abuse and things like that. Like, yeah, these people need to be off the internet, you know, and face consequences of some kind, punishment, you know, prison, whatever, something, you know, to rehabilitate them, right? And face the consequences of their actions. The problem is that gets weaponized for essentially 21st century McCarthyism that we're already seeing now. And the fact that Denims actually was able to, you know, fend off the latest Ethan suit is a good sign, but how long will those... You know, how long are those sandbags going to last, right? Or how long are those sandbags going to hold up, right? That's what I'm wondering. And the fact that the courts are the sandbags holding back the flood, How much longer, right? It's just a matter of time, and that's what really worries me about the creation space. So that's a part of the reason I'm doing this. So really, they compare? No, they should not do that. They should not. No, if a, listen, let me bring up a quick quote, and then we'll get into some tech. I'll show you what I believe around this, okay? And it's a quote from a Tamil socialist freedom fighter from back in the day when the British were ruling India as the Raj, ruling the subcontinent as the Raj. His name was Periyar. A lot of Tamil people will call him Tante Periyar or Father Periyar. And what Periyar said, this is what Periyar said, okay? If a larger country oppresses a smaller country, I'll stand with this. Obviously, this is translated from Tamil because that was his main language. But if a larger country oppresses a smaller country, I'll stand with the small country. If a smaller country has majoritarian religion, which oppresses minority religions, I'll stand with minority religions. If a minority religion has a caste system and one caste oppresses another caste, I'll stand with the caste being oppressed. If an oppressed caste, in the oppressed caste, within that oppressed caste, if an employer oppresses his employee, I'll stand with the employee. If the employee goes home and oppresses his wife, then I'll stand with that woman. Overall, oppression is my enemy. At all levels, oppression is your enemy. This is beautiful. This is a beautiful sentiment. I think not only a sentiment, I think this is like a beautiful principle to like live by and stuff. Yeah, and a lot of people in the West are like, "Who's Perrier? Perrier? Perrier?" It's like, okay, you haven't heard of this guy? Like, again, this is the problem with Western education. They just teach Karl Marx bad, this kind of thing. They don't teach the full breadth of like sort of different sort of progressive and socialist movements around the world. They don't teach about Periyar. They don't teach about Ambedkar, the anti-caste sort of movement leader during the fight for independence from Britain. So they don't talk about these people because they're over there, they're halfway around the world, those people are different, whatever. Like they just hand wave it away. Oh, nobody knows where that is. It's like, no, like this principle is not just Indian. Like I've literally had leftists tell me, oh well, that may be the case in India, but that's not like us here. I'm like, what the? This is universal. What are you talking about? They're saying this only applies on the subcontinent. Like, get out of here, dude. Oh, because it talks about caste and we don't have a caste system here. I'm like, no, you do have a caste system. Is it religiously defined? No, it's not as formal as, say, the Brahminical, Hindu caste system, but we do have an emerging one that's been in place for a long time in different forms, and it manifests differently depending on the context. But yes, the U.S. is essentially a caste system. Like I don't know what else to tell you. Like there are many aspects of sort of a caste. It's not just class and how much money you have. It's a number of basically what's been happening is a number of people are judged on a number of different characteristics, and that judgment sort of like puts you in a lower status, essentially. So you'll see this with a lot of bigots. They'll say, oh, well, you're this, and they'll use all kinds of like judgy terms and slurs. That's casteism, because basically what they're doing is saying, oh, if you're this, or you're that, or you're this, you are not an American. But if you're straight and white and this and that, then you are a real American. So they're basically making a caste division, because they're not just judging on wealth, they're not just judging on color of skin, they're judging on a lot of things. They're judging on deviant versus conformity, right? People who conform, people who are quote unquote deviant, right? So they basically create two castes, and they're solidifying that notion and normalizing it. So yeah, that's the problem, and that's why I talk to people about this, because it's like I feel like it's happening in the creation space where there's this like upper Brahminical caste, this Brahmin caste of creators. I'm not saying they're Hindu. What I'm saying is it's comparable to that, where these creators like Sex Pestany, Ethan Klein, these kind of people, they think they can just rule over everybody with an iron fist. They get their way all the time because they're the privileged, correct ones. They're the patriots. Everybody else is an infidel. And so basically, and they can go after people for different reasons. They can go after women creators because they're women. They can go after, Arab creators because they're Arab, right? They can go after Persian creators because they're Persian. They can go after trans people. They can go after black people. You know, they can go after people who have certain political beliefs, like Hassan, like people like Hassan or Denims. Also, they go after Denims because she's a woman and she's a, she's a, she's a sex worker and all that stuff. So they go after her for all of these things, and it doesn't bode well for the creation space. So hopefully, what I'm doing here at least helps creators, at least escape one, remove one chain from their legs and move a little freer. Because the other problem with being a creator these days is access to technology, right? Being an artist, being a creator is more expensive than ever. It's more out of reach than ever. Computers are too expensive. Everything's too expensive. And a lot of us love, fantasy universes. A lot of us love playing certain games or enthusiastic about certain things. And so we can't, a lot of creators don't have access to that stuff, or they fear that by doing these things, they have to buy a really expensive copy of Windows and sign away all their privacy and sign away so many things. And, over time, Windows is just going to become like Adobe. It already kind of is with Office 365, Adobe basically nickels and dimes creators, right? And so that's one way that creators get screwed over, and it demotivates more people from creating. It's deliberate. Whereas open source tools and freely provided tools like, say, DaVinci Resolve have opened the doors to a lot of creation, So that's why, I do want that agency for creators. The problem is we have some problematic creators who unfortunately garner huge audiences off of rage bait. They get clicks for drama, all that stuff, and because of that machine keeps making profit. Chat botting, all that stuff makes them profit and props up their numbers. They are now this upper caste in sort of the creation space who can just oppress everybody else and get away scot-free, because there are no systems of accountability. And like you said, Aglor, there's no prosecution for this stuff. Whether it's those people's own actions or how they go after others for really stupid reasons, like, I don't know, stupid sexy Hassan, right? They go after him for the dumbest little things. It's so stupid. Like, again, the whole Collargate thing. Do you think Collargate is a legitimate? No, it's not. It's not a legitimate thing. He didn't shock his dog. It's pretty obvious. Yeah. Was he a little harsh toward Kaya? Sure. I'll give you that. But shocking? You don't have proof, first of all. So there's no proof of that. So, yeah. So people, but again, people, what these sort of upper caste creators did, and that's what I'm going to call them, what they did is they weaponized that and they weaponized, obviously abusing an animal is really bad news. So if you hear that someone has abused their pet, you're gonna believe it. That they weaponize that to the nth degree, and that was really insidious. And that sort of witch hunting is really bad because actual animal abuse gets, shoved aside as a result. So again, I'm probably extrapolating too much here. I maybe am. So call me out. Feel free to call me out. Caught. But the thing is that, I hopefully, this is not just about technology and freeing yourself from big, Microsoft and all that stuff. It's also about, I think, giving creators a sense of agency that I feel like they're losing over time, because it affects us small people too. You can say, dude, you're nobody. Who are you in front of Denims? Who are you in front of Hassan or whatever? It's like, it's not about them specifically. This is a larger problem that is going to scale up, and, it's going to, let's say Ethan gets his way in a lawsuit. Well, then it affects all creators, right? It doesn't just affect Denims personally. It's going to affect every single creator on all platforms. It becomes law. That's the problem. And that kind of witch hunting, creating unfair laws, is the last thing we need. So yeah, there are several levels to capital. So yeah, they think that what I'm doing is capital. It's the old society. You say you're a socialist, but you live under capitalism. Explain. It's like that kind of thing. Yeah, people get real annoying about that. So yeah. Yeah, I wonder what the mercantile capitalists were told when they were trying to go against the feudal lords and kings of the era. Yeah, in the Netherlands or whatever. Yeah, I wonder what people. Well, you say you're a mercantile capitalist, but that kind of thing. Yeah, it's the same old bullshit, over and over. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. I am in favor of like holding creators accountable. I just think that right now we don't have good mechanisms for that. And if we do implement mechanisms for that, they're going to be shoddy and easily weaponized. That's the problem. So it's like, I think there is a deeper issue. There's a much deeper issue of how the institutions, you know, of these streaming platforms work at their core. That needs to be examined before you even have any system of accountability, because the system of accountability also has to have a watchman, right? You gotta have someone watching the watchman, right? So yep. I don't know, because my only thing with Creator Accountability Network, it depends who's overseeing that stuff. If the person overseeing that is going to start picking favorites and weaponizing all this stuff to like to dogpile and to dogpile and witch hunt, do witch hunts against other creators for personal spite or whatever, yeah, no, that's not accountability then. What do they mean accountability network? It's more like antagonism network. Yeah, so like it's very easy for that to slip. You see what I mean? So they have to, like, those kind of organizations can get poisoned very quickly. They can get poisoned super quickly. So anyways, we have an ad break incoming. After that, I'm going to show you how to set up OBS. All right, so we could talk a little bit longer. We got an ad starting in about a minute. But yeah, that's my opinion on all this stuff. And basically, I want to make sure that creators at least have some kind of agency when it comes to the tools they use. Especially going forward, one of the reasons I'm doing this is I'm really concerned about Windows, where it's going next. Windows is definitely more of a surveillance OS. They want to connect everything into the cloud, everything into Copilot, everything into, GitHub or whatever. And it's like, no, I don't need that for everything. I don't need my games connected into Copilot. Like, stop. Because I know the minute they do that, it's basically, they're trying to counter all the good work that organizations like Stop Killing Games are doing, where the, games can be disappear if the live service is sunset, right? Whereas and not allow people to maintain those games, run their own servers, and continue supporting, right, as a community. And it's like, what's the point of building a community around a game if you're just going to yank the plug at everybody else's expense, right? So yeah, exactly. It happened to you, Atomic Crouton. I mean, you're a living example of how that reporting system got weaponized against you, and unfortunately, people do, mob reporting and things like that. So yeah, it's a problem, massive problem. So that's why I'm like I don't want to be that guy who's just like, oh well, you're just principled. You act like all principled. It's not about that. It's about having a standard, and the fact that there is no standard, the fact that it's all based on favoritism and caste. It's essentially caste. If you think it's like a light version of caste, basically, this type of favoritism and things like that. Like it's very caste driven. It's a proto caste system that's emerging with time. In fact, you could say I'm kind of ridiculous for calling it that. There's a famous there's someone I recommend reading, someone whose books I recommend reading. There's an American journalist named Isabel Wilkerson, and she's done a lot of good work. She's worked at all the big newspapers and stuff, and she's taught at universities. But she has written some books about African American history and all that stuff. And one of the books she wrote recently, she released this in 2020, and she basically describes racism in the United States as an aspect of a caste system. Basically, what she's implying is that, and what she backs up very well, is that a society-wide system of stratification that is characterized by notions, like you said, of hierarchy, exclusion and inclusion, and purity. So she explains how caste is actually the driving force, unfortunately. That's cool. Yeah. There is that. Yeah. And so she actually makes a comparison of like the American experience, especially of people of color, to the caste systems of India. And yes, don't forget, Nazi Germany also, they were kind of inspired by Hindutva and all that stuff, by Savarkar and some of those people, and obviously the long-standing sort of caste oppression of the subcontinent, imposed by various empires and social systems, So yeah. And then, yeah, there's also the 2010 book, The Warmth of Other Sun. She's really well known for this book, which is about, tells the entire story of the Great Migration, where Black Americans were moving out of the South, right? So talking about the hardships and the trials and tribulations they faced moving out of the South, moving away from Jim Crow. So, and even though they left Jim Crow, they still faced very similar kinds of oppression in the North or in the West Coast. Like I've talked about here before, how Los Angeles is basically a bunch of sundown towns with that are trying to go to war against the city. Like it's no question that is the case, because that's historically what it's been. So yeah. Yeah, it's reversing. Yeah, there is, and I think part of it is that some southern states like Georgia, Texas, there's more jobs going there. Like I can definitely see why that's, and obviously Florida, right? Why would anyone move to Florida when the sea levels were? I don't know. It's just fast money, I guess. I know, right? It's a very interesting thing that's happening, and also part of it is states like California have just completely just the economy here, yeah, as nice as it is here, I feel like it's fading fast. California is fading fast as a state. I will be completely honest. Like the way things are here, it's fading very, very quickly. So, do I want to get out of here? Yes. As beautiful as this place is, I want out. A long term. So I just don't see myself staying. But we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, they are. They absolutely are. I mean, are they better than Oklahoma? Sure, but yeah, some parts of California, I am not going. You couldn't make me. Anyways, we could keep yapping. Let's get to it. The ad break is over. Let's get to OBS. So who's ready to set up OBS on Linux? Yes, you can do it, believe it or not. Okay, so let's get into it. So first of all, let's talk about how we install OBS. Okay, so on Linux, let me give you my recommendations for how to set this up. All right. So what I'm going to do first, though, I'm going to remove my current OBS. We're going to install it from scratch and walk you through it step by step. All right. So, oh, there's an update for Zen. We'll go ahead and update it. That's fine. Let's go ahead and update Zen. Beautiful. So Zen's up to date. Zen gets pretty frequent updates because it's still in beta. Still, it's a great browser. I've had very few troubles with Zen, so maybe a little performance here and there, but otherwise great browser. So anyways, so what we're gonna do is set up OBS. Now, let's say yesterday we installed Linux Fresh. Today we're going to now install OBS and get you streaming. So how do we get you streaming? Well, normally on Windows, what do? On Windows, normally you search for OBS, you go to obsproject.com and you download it and you install it. Now, there is a Linux option, as you can see here. That's Windows, that's a Mac OS. The Penguin is Linux, of course, but there's two ways to install it. You can either just install OBS from a FlatHub file, so you can go here and you can install it from here on Linux, but the way I recommend doing it is use your FlatHub app. So what I mean by that is, so on KDE, there's an app called Discover, okay? And I think on Fedora as well, they have Discover also. So if you get Fedora Linux, it'll also have this app on here, Discover. It's like sort of an app store interface to access FlatHub apps, okay? And FlatHub basically is this universal way to install and distribute software, including non-open source software that's like closed source. So you're talking things like, Slack, Zoom, things that are, not open source but are available on Linux. So yeah, there's a lot of that stuff going on. A lot of that that you'll find on FlatHub. And so basically what we're going to do, like, you can find Spotify, you can get Slack, like I said, you can get Zoom and all that kind of stuff. But what we're going to do is we're going to install OBS. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to search for OBS. Okay, enter, not Obsidian, OBS Studio. So we're going to install OBS Studio. Bam, there you go. Okay. So now you can see it's just waiting and it will install. Now, what you also want to see, there are add-ons for OBS Studio. Now, where I found that, so when you see OBS Studio while it's downloading, go to the add-ons tab, because these are all the add-ons for OBS you can install. What you can do, there's a lot of utilities you can absolutely install for this. Okay, and so one let's install a few things. Let's install a few things for that. So the first thing we probably want to do is we want to have a plugin for sorry, one second. We want to add a plugin for a excuse me. Sorry, we want to have a one of the plugins that I would like that I really recommend installing, by the way, is the advanced scene switcher. This is useful if you want to have custom transitions and things. I know a lot of people who use advanced stream switcher, and it is available on Linux. It's not just a Windows thing. So we're gonna install this advanced scene switcher. Another one that's also great to install. I think there is the where's the one that allows you to do the virtual cam? Hang on a minute. Let me search for it. Because there should be a virtual cam. There's Pipewire. No, we don't need that. We need a virtual cam. There is a Stream Deck plugin. I haven't tried it, but you know, I'd try it out, I guess. Yeah, I don't see the virtual cam. I think that's part of it, but it looks like that's installed. So we'll just install the one plugin. Hey, Avij, long time no see, brother. How you doing? How you doing? Everyone give Avij a follow. Sorry, my bot's not working and stuff. What I'm doing today is I'm teaching creators, and anybody really, how to set up OBS and streaming and bots and all that kind of stuff on Linux, so you can actually stream and game on Linux. I do have some games set up and things like that already. I showed people that yesterday, and I also showed how to install Linux off a USB disk. So we actually created, you know, a bootable USB stick on Windows. We nuked Windows, installed Linux, and yeah, I'm on Arch Linux right now. So, but this also, you know, this sort of tutorial slash how-to I'm doing is helpful even if you're on other versions of Linux like Ubuntu or Fedora. The same concepts apply. So, anyways, we're gonna launch OBS. All right. Now here we are. This is familiar territory. This looks the same. This looks exactly the same as what a lot of you are probably used to. And so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna turn down my mic. By the way, I do recommend turning down your mic to about 40%, 4-0. And the reason is so when you get close, you can actually do that. Sorry. Fedora OS, yeah, OS, lady, yeah, the Reddit meme, exactly. But I do recommend setting your mic around 50, no more. Don't set it at 100, because what happens is it'll pick up more noise because you're increasing the mic gain. What I recommend for microphones, and this is just an old mic I'm using for demonstration. Obviously my main mic is this one, the AT2020. So this mic here, right now it's at 100. I'm gonna bring it down to about 60, just so it doesn't pick up too much surrounding noise. So you want to do that for a clean sound. And also, you know, you talk into it like this, right? Or like this. And then of course, it's not much gain. We're gonna turn that up with a compressor and all that stuff and level it out. So, well, I'll show you how to set that up later. The first thing we want to set up are scenes, okay? Now, as you probably know, one thing we backed up on our external drive, which, by the way, if you remember this yesterday, I showed you all. This is our external drive. One of the things we backed up were the profiles and the scene collections. Well, we're going to import those from the external drive. So the next step, plug this bad boy in and get the files. So as you can see, we've got the files here. We're gonna copy them over, and I believe I actually might have already copied them over. Yes, I did copy them over, so they are in my documents. So we don't need this for now. I think since I already did that, Camera shake. Yes, it's mounted to my laptop. Sorry, it is mounted to my laptop. I don't have it on my. So see, this is mounted to the top of my laptop screen, so it's like this. My main camera is actually up behind it on the mount, on the solid mount. So sorry about that. Just FYI. Yeah, it's probably you were wondering, oh, earthquake? No, it's not. We've had one on stream. Not that I want another one. We've had it before. That's one of my most watched clips, actually. Anyway, so as you can see here, I have my profiles and my scene collections. See that? Profiles and scene collections. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into OBS. If you go into the main menu up top here, there are two menu items here, profile and scene collection. So what you want to do is you want to go to profile, import. Okay, we're going to import that profile. And where I stored in Documents OBS Profiles. We're going to import the default profile, and it will be a folder. Don't go in and try to, like, you know, try to select a file. Just import the folder, okay? The default folder. We'll open it. Now you'll see default, and also you want to go down in Profile and set default. Normally it'll be an untitled. Set it to default, okay? Yeah, shocking, right? You get them in Australia too. Come on, sometimes. I think, didn't Melbourne have one recently? Or like a few years ago. Or it might have been Queensland, I forget, because I know you're down in Australia, so. Now, that was the profile import, but now we need, that was not the only thing. You see, we don't have any scenes here, right? There are no scenes here. What we need to also do, we need to import the scene collection. So we want to go to scene collection, import, okay? And it says here, OBS can automatically find importable scene collections from supported programs. No, we could just say no to this. And instead, what you want to do, this is a little more complicated. What you want to do on the collection path, click the ellipses. This will bring up the file dialog, and then go in and grab your scene collection. There's a JSON file. Open that up. And then you want to call it default scenes, and then import it. And now, when you go to scene collection, you'll see default scenes. If I hit this, watch what happens. Boom. All of the scenes are back. You can see those are all the scenes I had before on my old, and this is from Windows, by the way. I exported all this stuff from Windows, okay? So, so yeah, I exported all this stuff from Windows. And so basically we have all of these scenes from there, and yeah, they imported beautifully into Linux. Look at that. Nice. So, oh yeah, Oklahoma, I know because of fracking, or I guess you also have some like active fault lines and things kind of partly related to that. But now it's asking me, now what Linux will ask you, it'll ask you, you want to share a screen. And the reason for this is in one of my scenes, I have a desktop capture. So because I have a desktop capture, I'm going to go and select the full monitor. Okay. So we're going to select the full monitor. And there you go. Now, the problem, there is one limitation of OBS on Linux, and it has to do with an operating system and a limitation. In Windows, what you can do is you can hide the OBS window from showing up in the screen capture on your stream. So no one will ever see OBS on your screen. Now, most people running streaming setups, or a lot of people run multi-monitors, so they'll have OBS, you know, sitting on the second screen and then games on the main one. But yeah, it's like, so you don't need to worry about that. But in Linux, you cannot hide OBS from the screen capture. That's one of the limitations. But that said, you know, that said, it's so that's why you get the infinite, you know, stream there. But yeah, you can see the desktop capture is nice and clear. Look at that. So now, the next thing we need to set up here, okay? So as you can see, there's my camera. It just works. The camera just works. Capture card's not set up. Tomorrow we'll set up the capture card. Don't worry about that. We'll set that up tomorrow. But yeah, you can see we've got all of that set up here. Also, you can see down here probably, there's double of me now. Now, right now you can actually, what's interesting is you can actually see the images. Oh, wow, you can see the intro and end images. Interesting. So those made it over, I guess. Normally you'd probably have to, you know, go in to your background and select the right image and stuff. But in this case, it found them, so we are all good. There. But yeah, like you could see here, now, if you see on my mic, now my mic isn't registering. So now what we need to do, so what happens when you import a scene collection, it may have the wrong devices for like microphones, cameras, and stuff. You need to go into each of the sources. So for instance, for my camera, I need to go in here to my camera scene, right click, properties, and then select the right device. In this case, I only have one device on here, so it picked it up immediately, but it may pick up the wrong one, so be wary of that. Yeah, this is my old ball mic. I used to use it, my old blue mic. This is my old streaming mic. I obviously have my new one here. This is my default. So yeah, basically that is the, and yeah, you all are seeing double of me. But as you can see, you know, we've got all of that set up. So now, how do you set up a microphone, right? So let me hide the preview just so it doesn't freak out. But now, how do you set up the microphone? So what we need to do is go down here where the mic is, right click, or you can just click here and go to properties. And then what you need to do in properties is select the correct device. Okay, and in this case, the correct device is, of course, the blue snowball. And now you can see it should start picking up sound. There we go. See, now it's picking up sound, right? So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to enable monitoring of. So one thing you can do down here, see, there's a mute button, and then there's a monitor button. Okay, so there's a monitor button here that allows you to listen to the mic's sound, okay, and with all the filters and gain and everything. So we're going to listen to that. Test, one, hello, test, hello. Actually, no, I need to monitor the capture card audio. One sec. Hang on a minute. One sec. I need to listen to it over here. Advanced properties, and we're going to monitor only. There we go. So now we should be able to hear me. Test, hello, test. Hello, testing, 1, 2. Okay, that's not working. We have, hello, test, hello. Okay, that's not coming through at all. Yeah, you should be able to hear that. Why is that not coming through? That's strange. Huh. Why is that not coming through? There should be the... Okay, that should be there. Testing, hello? Testing, hello, testing. Why don't I hear it? Hello, testing. Nope, it's not coming through. Okay, let me do a quick test. And just see why that's the case. It should be, let me test a YouTube video real quick. Yeah, that's true. It turns me into a big I don't know, let's just play a random video, like, I don't know, this one. Yeah, it's not coming through at all. What the heck? Why is that not coming through? That should be coming through on the OBS side of things. I'm confused. Yeah, that audio is not coming through at all. Like, what's the deal? Hello? Yeah, no, why is it... Something's going on with my capture card. Like, why is it not picking up the capture card audio? Hang on a minute. Properties. Hang on a minute. Bear with me. All right, it's not working still. How come? God. This is annoying. Hang on a minute. Testing, hello. Okay, no, that's not gonna work. I don't understand why this isn't working. This should be working. Why is this not working at all? What's the problem? This is annoying, man. Come on, I wanted this to work, and now they just... Hang on a minute. I don't know why this isn't, Hang on a minute. Alright, let's test this. Hello? Yeah, why don't I hear it? That's so weird. Why is the audio not coming through? One second, let me disconnect, One second, chat. I will be reconnecting this capture card. Okay, is this gonna work? No, there's no audio coming through. Why is it doing this? Like, it's on HDMI. Why is it not going? I don't understand. Why the audio is not being captured. Do I have to, like... Maybe it's muted on this side for some weird reason. That could probably be it. One sec. Ah, it is muted. Okay, there we go.
Captain, they're more organized than ever.
Every day they keep pushing, capturing more ground.
Got it.
Our efforts to contain
Never mind, we got it. It was muted on this side.
Plan. You're right. We take the fight to them.
Anyways, yeah, so that audio works, but now I'm going to talk through the mic here, okay? So we're going to go back to OBS. Where are you? There's OBS. So what you want to do is pin. You also want to pin OBS. So one thing you can do, by the way, so if you run a new application that's not pinned here, it'll be over here on the right. You want to right-click and right-click on it and click Pin to Task Manager. This will keep it in there, and then you can drag it around. You can just move it around here. I like to just put it in the middle, just there. And then, yeah, you can also monitor it. So, testing, hello, 1, 2. Okay, that's really quiet. Hello. Okay, let's see. Properties. Okay, testing, 1, 2. So you can kind of hear it. If I mute my main mic. So this is really quiet. You can barely hear it, right? So what we're going to do, if I increase this to 100. Yeah, if I increase this to 100. Testing. Hello. Low. Testing. 1, 2. So that's full volume, but it doesn't sound good, right? There's a little delay because of the monitor. So what I do, I'll set this to 60%. Okay, we're going to start there. And now, what we're going to do, So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to set up the compressor and everything, okay? So you're going to hear me do this. So what we need to do first, okay, what I recommend doing first to set that up is for the mic. So what you want to do is right-click on your mic and click not properties, but filters. There's another option, filters, okay? Actually, you know what? Let's remove the noise gate and everything. So now, like, it'll pick up any and all noise right now, but what you actually want to do, there's a tool called Easy Effects. So we're going to close OBS for now, and there's a tool we're going to use called Easy Effects. So the way I recommend installing Easy Effects, you can find it through your package manager. The way I installed it was through the Garuda toolbox. So if you see here, on the Garuda toolbox, you know, this eagle icon down here, you go down here and you go to modules, discover, and then in here in multimedia, I search for easy. And easy effects is right here. So easy effects, the reason you want to use this is this allows you to EQ, gain, and put all kinds of other audio effects on your inputs. So your mic, your audio interfaces, all that stuff can go through easy effects. So let me show you how to use easy effects, okay? So what you can do is you can set up all kinds of audio pathing and all kinds of fancy stuff. But what I'm doing is I am assigning and yeah, one thing you want to do also with easy effects, go into the settings here, the cog icon, go to preferences, and then go to auto start and login. Set this to true. It's not on usually, but auto start and login, and then show the tray icon. So when you start it up, you can see easy effects is running here in the upper right hand corner. Now, as far as audio, you want to process all the streams. That's fine. Yeah, just leave the stuff normal. Yeah. So, hang on a minute. There we go. Anyways, so there's that, right? You could do some other settings as well. But what you want to do, so now you can kind of see here, if I talk, so right now, if I go to my sound settings, so I see my microphones at 60, right? So what I can do is I can do input monitoring. Hello, testing, 1, 2. It's really quiet, right? So what we can do now, we can add an effect. So we'll add an effect. We will add one of the good effects. You can add auto tune as well, but one of the effects I like to add first is a noise reduction filter. A lot of times there's background noise in the room, things like that. You can get a noise reduction filter to really smooth it out. So I recommend noise reduction. So add that. And what you want to do is you can do voice detection if you want. Okay, we can do that. But what I would recommend is you want to use the standard model, right? Using the standard RN noise model, okay? So RN noise is like a really precise sort of noise reduction model. So, but next thing you want to do is you actually, and let me make sure stream's still going and everything. Yeah, we're still going. So the next thing you want to do is you want to set your input and output levels. You generally don't need hey, thank you for the 3 in a row. Thank you for that. But what you can do, sorry, I don't know why what happened to my mic? Hang on a minute. Sometimes this thing is a little, hello, testing, hello. Okay, so now you can see there, that's the input gain and the output gain, okay? So what you want to do is raise the output gain. Hello. Hello. Testing. Testing. Okay. Now you want to raise the output gain. Hello. 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 See, it's getting louder. Louder and louder and louder. Look at that. Look at that. See? You're hearing me twice, by the way. So if I mute over here, oh.
Sorry about that. There we go. There we go. Now we're talking. But it doesn't sound very good, and it's clipping. That's the problem. So if we turn it back down, okay, and we're gonna make it sound good, okay. So we're gonna turn it down to 27. Okay, 27 decibels. Now, you can see it's kind of clipping, so maybe 25. Yeah, 24, 25. That's enough. So that's your output. Now, what you can also do is add another effect. You can add the you want to add a noise gate. Okay, so this helps with sound. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're good. Okay, the music kept restarting. Okay, so now you can hear my voice there, right? What's the next thing we can do? We could probably increase some input gain just to help with that. There we go. See? So now you're able to hear me fairly clearly, okay? And we have a good gain level. Now, if I turn this off, it gets really quiet. See the difference? You can't even hear me. And now you can clearly hear me. Although this is getting close, right? So normally when you're streaming, you want to be over here. So I'll increase it a little more, about 12 decibels. There you go. See, now it's picking up my voice. Yeah, you can. I have some panels up here, but I was saying, uh, you can actually, use a noise reduction plugin. We're gonna use an EQ next. Okay, so we have a noise gate. If I turn this off, okay, there we go. Oh, Linux Studio plugins are not installed. Okay, let's get those installed. Okay, 1 second. All right. Let's get.
So let's get those installed real quick. Let's get the Linux Studio plugins. So we're going to search for those Studio plugins. So I don't see those here. Other security. Let me find it. Okay, we probably need to install it on the terminal. Hey, good to see you, Jed. How's it going? Linux Studio. How do I install? Hang on a minute. Arch Linux Studio plugins. LSP plugins. So what you need to do is install LSP plugins. So that's going to be on multimedia plugin. Yeah, we need to do this. We need to do sudo pacman s LSP plugins. So we're going to install those, okay? Actually, wait a minute. There are 4 providers available for Claphost. We're going to do, yeah, sure, the first one. All right, there we go. Just do that. It's going to install a bunch of these LSP plugins. So now, if we start Easy Effects, what we're going to do, we're going to restart Easy Effects. So we're going to exit out, and we're going to restart Easy Effects. And now we should be able, so now you can see there's a noise gate, okay? So what I'm going to do, nice, yeah, garlic naan is good, there you go. What we're going to do now is we're going to actually enable the monitor, okay? Here we go.
So you can probably hear me now, right, through the small mic. So this is through, I have this one muted, the stream mic. So this is on the desktop. Now, the problem is, test, hello. So right now we have our noise gate. Now, I mean, you don't need it, but yeah. For now, but let's say when my AC kicks on, right? So now, the next thing you want to do is you want to add an EEQ, an equalizer. We'll add the equalizer. And, okay, that's a little, okay, reduction threshold. Okay, let's, what you want to do with the noise gate is you want to make sure you can catch things like those kind of like those kind of syllables, because otherwise they get cut off and it sounds weird, right? So you don't want to cut off your voice too much. Now, and you can monitor your levels here. You can kind of see where it's starting, and you want to hold it at the correct distance. Of course, you can mount it as well, like I have, but I'm just gonna hold it here, right? So you can hear now test. See, it's not picking that up. So now I need to go down to probably what, -20, -30. Test. 1, 2, test. Okay. And now, yeah, now that works. So the problem is, though, it's not very loud. So we're going to increase the volume a little bit. All right. There you go. So now the volume's way up. Way up, right? Sorry. It's hard to talk with the delay. So, uh, so now, though, we have the equalizer. And this is where it gets fun. Okay. Uh, it doesn't matter what mode you use so much. You just want to get it working, right? So, um, what you can do is what I recommend doing is you want to increase the frequencies around 66 or 82, right? Or you can simplify it. You can do a 12 band, and this is enough for mic audio. So just do like a 12 band or even a 6 band. 12 is probably preferable. But wait. Why is it Oh, yeah, there we go. So when you change the number of bands, you want to hit calculate frequencies, right? So you want to hit that. Now you can see here, obviously it's going to pick up that noise, but yeah. So now we want to increase lows, but not any like droning noise in the background. So I recommend pulling up at 88 hertz like this. Ooh, that sounds nice, right? It's a little much. So also, yeah, reduce your gain a little bit. I'm going to reduce my input gain a little bit because the EQ will make it louder. Okay. So we're going to increase our bass. That already sounds better, right? So then you want to level off that 88 hertz. So we're going to pull these up a little bit. Okay, see? Ooh, it's already, oh, it's too much gain. So we're clipping. All right. So a little bit less. We'll do 9 dB. Now you can really hear. Ooh. Okay, that's clipping. Test. Hello. Another thing you can do is oh, this does not sound good. Okay. Hang on a minute. Test. Ooh, that's bad. Okay. Sorry, this is kind of it's kind of jank today. Okay. So you can see we are clipping badly. So we need to resolve that. So you don't want too much clipping. So we'll pull it down maybe like about that much. There we go. Or maybe we'll pull down our gain. Yeah. Yep. We'll pull down our gain. Pull down our output gain as well. Yeah. Increase the input. There we go. Test. Hello. There we go. So now we want to test. Hello. Okay. All right. So now you want to yeah, okay. So now you want to increase the high frequencies because you want that clarity in your voice. Okay. So what we're going to do here is increase the highs. And now you can really hear the voice. And when I say highs, increase, increase 4.9, 8.8, around, 2.8 kilohertz, right? And then those are your mids. See? That's how we sound. Now, I'm going to turn down the input gain. And one sec. Wait a minute. Okay, that should be good. All right. So now this is what I sound like full volume. Okay? Testing. 1, 2. See? Now we're still clipping a little bit, but it's pretty manageable. Hey, Alex, good to see you. We are doing some mic settings in OBS. I'm showing you how to do it with my old mic. All right. Sounds okay, but we can do better, right? So what we could do is, yeah. So right now we've got the bass and treble turned up, right? So testing. Now, the it sounds like there's a part of my voice cut out. And so I think what I'm going to do is increase 1.6. Test. Hello? Hello, hello? No, that's not it. Test. Hello? No, that's not it. 800. Test. Hello? 400. Test. Whoa. That's a lot. Okay. Testing. Hello? Let's try a different method. Okay. Nah. That didn't really work. We could do that. Hello? Hello, testing. What we could do also, we'll set these to 0. So now it's really quiet. But now in our equalizer, we can set 10 dB gain on the input and 10 dB on the output. Or we can put all 20 on the input, actually. That might be better. So if I do 20. Test. Hello? Okay, that's still quiet. Let's do another 20 on the output. Okay, testing. Hello? Let's do 40 on there. Testing. Hello? Now it's clipping, but we bring it down. Hello? Testing. Not quite. Ooh. That's pretty bad. Okay. Testing. Hello? We're gonna really increase the hello? Okay, it's really quiet now. Let's do 12 and then 23. Testing. Hello? Okay, that sounds even worse. Oh no. Yeah, let's make it flat. Flat response. So we can now, so this is a flat response, right? Testing. Hello, testing. 1, 2. Now let's raise the bass again. Testing. Hello. That sounds pretty good. But we can also do this. Testing. Hello. We're going to turn down the bass a little bit and then increase this for the voice quality. Okay? This is a little tricky. But yeah, there you go. That's what it sounds like. Now I'm going to check how much the output is. Hello? Testing. Hello? Okay. Not quite what we wanted, but testing. Hello, testing. Hello. Testing. 1, 2. Hello? Now it's getting louder. There we go. Test. Oop, that's a little loud. Test. How do we sound now? A little bit better, right? Yeah. And if I'm talking over here, right? Sounds pretty good. And, the fact that we can pick that up is pretty awesome, right? So now what you need, that you have an equalizer. We're going to turn this down a bit, or keep the input gain high. Sorry. We need a compressor. So we're going to add another effect. We're going to call it a compressor. And for this, what I like to do is I like to do a 3.5 ratio. Okay. And yeah, we'll keep that. We'll make the attack 2 milliseconds and the release 100, right? Testing. Hello. See how nice that sounds? It's nice and compressed. Everything sounds even the little, like, you can hear all the little inflections in my speech and all that. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. Test. Hello? Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing. Hello? Hello? Testing. 1, 2. So now we can increase the output gain a little bit. Hello? 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 Testing. Hello? Now it's a little bit too many on the lows, so we're going to just do this. There we go. There's a little more clarity in the voice, like that. Not quite. Okay. Nope. We don't like that. So you have to play around a little bit, but this is generally the profile you want for a mic. Now you can also turn on the bass a little bit if you want a little more clarity. And I think this works pretty well, but I like a little bit of bass, so we're going to turn it there. But yeah, how does that sound? Pretty good, right? So now you're able to get a really effective microphone sound. And the cool thing about Easy Effects is that you're able to send this audio to OBS, to Discord, Video Ninja, any other tools you're using. If you're using Zoom, if you're using Google Meet, any of that, this mic audio will go there. The problem I had before is that I used to use the filters in OBS. The problem is those only apply in OBS. They don't actually apply in other tools, right? Yeah. Exactly. This is much easier than built-in filters. That's why it's called Easy Effects. Now, there's a lot of settings you can play with. You might want to play with like your gate threshold if like you talk at a normal volume and you hear words getting cut off. You might want to lower that threshold and allow more sound in or things like that. So yeah, there's all that kind of stuff going on. But yeah, sounds pretty good, right? And that's kind of how you set up a noise gate. So basically what we want is you have a noise reduction. So you want to use this. Just turn that on. If I turn that off, you might be able to hear some of the room noise, like my computer fans or some of the ambient echo and stuff like that. If you put on the noise reduction, much better. Much, much better. Now, I don't recommend using voice detection. I've had problems with this. Don't touch it. The gate, just set your threshold, and reduction, I like to set it around like 22 decibels, negative 22. And then, we need 2 milliseconds on the gate attack. All right. So that's what that sounds like. Then the EQ, I recommend this kind of profile. Start to ramp up your bass a little bit. And for my voice at least, again, it may depend on your voice, but find a low frequency that gets a little bit of that bass, but doesn't make your voice muddy. You want it to make your voice like clear with that little bit of assertiveness, right? So there you go. Yeah. That sounds pretty good. I like it. So this really can help you make your voice clear. You can increase some of the high frequencies like this, maybe a little more mid like that. And see, now it really projects. And the key thing is it's not overblowing the mixer too much, right? It's not going to the red too much. So that's what you want. And you want to play with your input and output gain. I'm going to turn down my output gain a little bit, like down to 22 maybe. See, and now it's perfect. It's not quite hitting the red, but it's still loud enough with normal speech, right? I'm just talking normally, not yelling into it, not doing DJ voice. But if I want to yell louder like this, see, if I start talking louder, the mic will actually compensate. That's the reason you have a compressor. So if I start talking louder, it balances it. If I talk quieter, you can still hear me. So that's what a compressor does. It sort of normalizes the volume. Pretty cool, right? Now, there are many other effects you can add. I can add a delay. This is fun. Hello? Test. Hello? Okay. So what you can do,
you can add a delay, and I'm going to add a little bit of time. So we're going to add a 100 millisecond or 200 millisecond delay. Testing. Hello. Testing. 1, 2. Hello. Oop, oop. Okay. Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 2. That's pretty fun, right? So you can invert both sides. Testing. Hello. 1, 2. Hang on a minute. Okay, delay's back on. What? Huh. That didn't work. Whoa. So it can get really funny. Also, what you can do, you can set up a reverb. So if you want a little bit of that, I think there's a reverb effect. Reverberation. So if you want a little bit of that room sense, see, if I turn this off, test, it sounds really dry. But if you want a little bit of that, room quality, test, hello. So what you want to do here is, go to Cap Studio's not installed. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's not happening. But if you add the delay, this delay allows you to, we're going to set, see, like that. Test, hello. 18 meters, test, hello. See that? And you can do a wet mix. Hello. Testing. Hello. We're going to up it to 50. Hello. Testing. Hello. Can you hear that? Like that difference? Okay. Test. Test. A little bit of difference, but yeah. And you could do a little bit of dry mix as well. So if I increase this to say -20 and -20, test. So you can hear that echo. I'm going to do 5 meters. Okay. Now you can hear it. Test. Hello. See, it has a little bit of delay on it. It kind of sounds like you're in a bigger room. If I go to 20, test. Hello. Test. And I set this the same. Here, I'm going to go to -10. And actually, we'll do -3. This sounds kind of cool. But yeah, you can hear that echo, right? Now, if I just do 3 meters. Hello? Test. So you can kind of hear, it's kind of a chorus effect. It's interesting. But yeah. And you can also do some funny things with the delay there. And whoa. Okay. See? Anyways, you could do some fun beatboxing with that. All right, we're just having fun now. But I'm showing you all kinds of things you can do. If you want a filter on your voice, if you want reverb, if you want canceling crosstalk. So this is used, by the way, crosstalk is really useful if you have like other audio that you don't want feeding back. So if you have a feedback issue, you might want to use a crosstalk canceller. So obviously I turned that off. But yeah, the main things that I'm turning on here are these things. The noise reduction, the gate, equalizer, and compressor. These are the basics that you need. You can also add a de-esser. This can help. See, if I turn this off,
if I turn this, it helps a little bit, a tiny bit with the S sounds. See, it's a little bit less. So it's a little subtle effect, but it can work. So if I don't have Calf Studio Gary. Okay, whatever, we're good. But yeah, that's kind of what we're doing with the inputs. Also, another thing you might say, okay, I have multiple sound inputs. I have a capture card, or I have 2 mics if I have a guest. So you might want to run different EQs on those. And so what you can do is, if you go to preferences and go to audio, you can uncheck process all input. Okay. And I think, can you assign these to a mic? I'm forgetting if you can. I think there's a way. Yeah. See, now that the audio effects is disabled, there's an on off for that. And you can save presets as well, which is kind of cool. So you can save this as a local preset. And what else? So you can use, what you can do is you can use your you can use the default input, or you can select the mic that you're using, right? So you can select that, and then you can also select the default output as well. But we're going to use defaults for now. And I think there's a way to do multiple as well. So anyways, there's all that going on. It's pretty cool. And then, yeah, then what you can also do is, okay, checking, testing, 1, 2. How does that sound? Pretty good, right? Yep. Pretty good. So now yeah, it is easier to just run a soundboard. Absolutely. Now, some people use a physical soundboard, and those work with Linux, like USB ones. Usually they'll work because it's a universal driver for those. So you can also use that. If you have that, then you don't need to deal with the easy effects. Because some people, they don't use USB mics. They use a analog mic, and they run that to an interface in a soundboard. So that's the fancy way to do it. But yeah, there you go. We got the mic working.
Okay, so now we're back to the other mic here. As you can see, we've got working mic audio in OBS. So that's kind of how you do it. That took a while because I showed you every little setting there was. But yeah, easy effects makes it easy. When we come back, we're going to show you how to set up. We have an ad break now. Let me turn on my lights. When I come back, we're going to set up the stream encoder and all that kind of stuff. All right, so and then we'll set up all our scenes and everything. So BRB. All right, we return. How's everyone doing? Hope you're well. Oh, I had my other I didn't turn off this other camera. That's all good. Anyways, how's everybody doing? Hope you're well. You were probably talking to the chair that whole time, weren't you? It's all good. So, now that we're back, so we did all the mic stuff. That took a while. And the reason I spent time on mic audio stuff is because audio is a massive part of streaming. If your stream doesn't sound good, people go somewhere else. You know, it's such welcome. Yeah, we're back. So yeah, if your audio's not good, people aren't going to stick around. Like, I hate to be, you know, the bearer of bad news, but yeah, unfortunately, you know, a lot of people, they go by audio. And if your audio's good, people stick around. That's probably why some of you stick around, because I actually, you know, put due diligence into how everything sounds. In fact, I'm running Easy Effects right now on this machine here to do all the effects. So, on my laptop, and it works really, really well. It's super stable. So now you can see here. So if I right click, so one thing in OBS you can do, you can obviously disable your preview, which I recommend doing, by the way. If you are live streaming and you want to save some resources, you can do that, right? But what I want to show everybody right now is sort of some stuff around scene setup. Okay, so just to get everyone on the same page, I recommend the following. Yes, exactly. You don't need the nicest webcam. In fact, if you're VTubing, you just need a decent webcam that captures face motion. That's all you need, right? And you need a decent, you know, decent lighting and all that stuff. That's all you really need. And obviously, you know, you can get, I think there's little sensors you can get for VTubing as well, which is very, very cool. So you get a little bit of mocap sensing as well, for more advanced setups. But all I'm saying is that you don't need that great of a camera, generally speaking. So the camera I'm using right now, by the way, I'm using a cheap, like $50, like, is it even 50 bucks? How much is a C922 camera? How much is a C922? Because that's the camera you're seeing me on right now. How much is it? I don't want to check Amazon. Best Buy. How much is a 922? Okay, it's a little bit much. It's 119 bucks, but even the cheaper Logitech cameras are pretty decent. Like, okay, yeah, so this one obviously costs a little bit more, but if I go to Logitech and I look at their cameras, 39 bucks gets you a 1080p webcam. This will work just fine. Get a Brio 100. 40 bucks gets you a really good 1080p webcam. Don't worry about the mic quality, because you're already going to have a streaming mic or a headset or something, right? So what I would do, just buy a cheap old webcam and you're good, right? You have this, yeah, a lot of people have the C922 because it's a really good HD cam, like I'm using it now. And then the camera that I'm using on the desktop, by the way, this one right here, this is my desktop cam. This is I think a Brio, not a Brio Ultra, it's a, let me find it. It's this thing, the Brio 500. So I have the Brio 500 up there on my camera mounts. So it's just as good. But yeah, you can get a C270. This is 720p. This is all you need. 29 bucks. You get a decent Logitech cam. This is all you need in life, okay? And the cool thing with the Logitech mics, they have the little 1/4-inch screw adapter on the back, so you can mount it onto like a secure mount instead of just, you know, having it on a monitor or something. So that's another cool thing about Logitech, is you can mount the camera very, very easily to a 1/4-inch camera mount. So yeah, all that, you know, really, really helps. But yeah, I do recommend the Logitech. The Brio 105 is also good. But yeah, Brio 100, just get one of those. 40 bucks out the door. If it's on sale, even better. Yeah, 40 bucks out the door gets you a really, really nice camera that does the job for everything you need it for, whether you're VTubing or doing, you know, showing face, either way. But before we continue, let's talk about so that's the camera right now. Let's talk about actually, before we talk about scenes and stuff, let's talk about cameras. Okay, so now when you get your camera, now you can see here, this is my main scene. Obviously there's two of me right now you're seeing, so pay attention to the bigger me, not the smaller me. In fact, I could probably hide smaller me for now. Okay, we're gonna hide little me for now, and you're gonna see big me with a little bit of latency. So this is like, you know, if Hassan was streaming, he would be, you know, using this because he's got a massive room with all kinds of odds and ends in the background. I'll probably end up using 78 and then zooming in like this. Yeah. So use 70 and also check your posture. You want to make sure it accommodates your posture as well. But yeah, I mean, I'm giving you very, very basic tips, but yeah, basically like, you know, you want it to be, I think I'll just use 65 for now. That's good enough for what I do. But yeah, those are the kind of settings you can do on a webcam. Now, also you can do autofocus. I tend to use autofocus because it's very hard to set the focus. You can see here, obviously, if I set the focus too much, it's too much there. So you can really sort of play with it. But camera controls gives you that level of control. It's really nice. It's way better than the Logitech tool. This beats Logitech, and it's free and open source, by the way. Free as in beer. You don't have to pay for this. Another thing I do, I don't recommend using auto exposure. What happens with webcams a lot with auto exposure is that the camera will lower its frame rates when it's adjusting its exposure, so it looks really choppy. It looks like it's skipping frames. This camera shoots consistent 30 FPS, which is fine for me. That's all I need. I like 30. 30 looks better for a camera. You know, I don't like 60 because it's too fluid. Like 30 looks great. It has a little bit of that cinematic in it. We could even do 24 if you want. I mean, we could do 24. But yeah, we're just going to leave it at 30. So as far as exposure, I tend to use low exposure and I just set the gain, because see, this is how you can set the gain of the camera. Okay, and so, you know, this is about where I would set it for nighttime, around like 38, 39 exposure or on the gain. If I use a higher exposure, this is what happens. So if I set my gain to 0 and then I up my exposure a little bit, I mean, you just have to play. It's kind of like an ISO setting, basically, like on a professional camera. That's how exposure is. But like, yeah, I can do this as well. Like, this probably might bring out some more detail. So if I set it to, say, you know, 300 or 30,000, I guess, right, microseconds of exposure, then I can increase again. The problem is it's very, very sensitive to light. That's the problem with longer exposure time, is your camera becomes more sensitive. So you got to find sort of a happy medium. If I do 15,000 microseconds, or 15, I guess it's 15 milliseconds of exposure, then, you know, you have a little bit of control. But what I find is if I go down to like 10,000, okay, I have a lot finer control of the gain, essentially. So you're basically balancing the ISO and the gain. That's what you're doing on the camera. So I recommend 10,000 exposure in camera controls, and then you have fine control of your gain. You can use backlight compensation, although that can start to look weird. If I turn this feature on, the camera will reset itself, and now you can see it's got a little bit of lag. See, there's a little bit of lag going on. So you don't want that, okay? So we're gonna turn that feature off. Backlight compensation isn't all that great. So yeah, actually, let me go. Oh, okay. I don't know why that was weird. Actually, let me turn on backlight compensation again. Okay. Oh, it's lagging bad. Oh, it's using buffering, that's why. So one thing you want to do in OBS, by the way, so when you add your camera to OBS, you want to turn off buffering, and then you want to click auto reset on timeout. So basically, this will that way the camera won't time out. It'll just reset itself if it times out. It's kind of stuck right now, though. Hang on a minute. Okay, I don't know why it's auto resetting. Don't use that option then, I guess. Don't use that. But just turn off buffering, because otherwise you get lag. See, right now it's real time. This is all real time now. So because of that, now you see my exposure is pretty good. It's a nice exposure, and then from there, once you get the exposure, then you can do your white balance. I don't like to do automatic because it looks kind of greenish. I don't really like that. I like a little bit cooler of a you know, a little bit cooler of a white balance, depending on the lighting. And then with these cameras, with webcams particularly, they have way too much contrast. Like, look at this. This is way too much contrast. Turn down your contrast. Turn it down to about 30. and then I turn up my brightness a little bit just to get that vibrancy, you know, and then you want to play with the contrast a little bit and just get that balance. See, that looks great. That looks great. Now, what you can also do, we can increase the brightness some more, then turn up the contrast. So that way, yeah. So now, yeah, there we go. And then you can also adjust your color temp if you want to really emphasize details or whatever. And also, like, you want to set your color temperature, your white balance, your color temperature. Little noise outside. You want to set your white balance or your color temperature to suit like your skin tone, your lighting situation and all that. So it's YMMV for a lot of this stuff. Your mileage may vary. You can use automatic. I just don't like it on most cameras. I set it manually. Now there are a lot of settings here. I'm going to show you how to save presets next. Don't you worry. Yeah, and if you know any lighting tricks, use those. I'm like, this is not an end-all be-all guide. Now, the main thing with webcams, okay? You want to set your proper pixel format because webcams can be really tricky with the format. With Logitech cameras, and I've seen with most other mainstream webcam brands, you want to use the MJPG or the MJPEG format. Don't use YUV or whatever. Don't use that. Use MJPEG. You will get higher frame rates and better consistency. And use the best resolution your camera has, 1920. If your computer's a little slower, although with Linux, is that a worry? No. But in case your computer is a little slower, you can go down to 720 if you want. You can go down. Just don't go any further down below 720. It's not worth it. And then, yeah, set the highest FPS you can. I'm running 30, so that's fine. All right. Now, here's the cool thing. So if I want to, can save. I can save this preset. So this is what I was going to show you all. So if I have my camera set here, for instance, right? If I have my camera set here, there we go. That's a good posture. So if I have my camera set here now, I can do what's called a preset. So as you can see down here, there's 4 presets. You can long hold. If you click and hold, it will actually save whatever settings you have right now as a profile. That's the other cool thing with camera controls. You can have multiple profiles. So if I want to do this, so if I hit 1, I hold it, it's saved, right? Now, let's say I want to do a wide shot. Let's say I want to do a wide shot. Check this out. I can just hit 90. I got my wide shot. Boom. There you go. And then I don't have to tilt it down. See? There you go. So I got my wide shot and everything's the same, but you know, maybe the lighting's a little different in the room. I want to change it. Let's say I want, you know, a little better of a color balance to see the details in the back like this. So I'd set a different color balance like that. I would also probably turn down my contrast, see the back better, maybe a little more bright, you know, all that kind of stuff. And obviously you could work on lighting in the background and stuff. You know, I can saturate it properly and also sharpen. Although sharpening can get weird. See, on webcams, everything looks kind of cell shaded. I don't really like this look at all, unless that's what you're going for. What I do is I just go to the 0 sharpness and then I turn it up maybe just a pinch, like just a few clicks of sharpness, just like not even a few, or 1 click, because that's all you need to make the image look really, really. Otherwise, what happens, it gets kind of grainy and noisy. So do be wary of sharpness settings, as tempting as that can be. And then what I can do, I can set this as my second preset. So I'll click and hold 2. We have 2 presets. Now, if I click 1, watch what happens. I'm back to preset 1 up close. It just works. It's so cool. I love camera controls for this reason. It is able to do this kind of thing very, very, very easily. So, with that said, what we're going to do next is, and also if you make changes, you can also save over your profiles, obviously. So let's say, okay, this is too cold. I don't like these colors. It's a little too cold. I want to warm it up a little. So I'll warm it up a little, right? I'll do this. I like that better. I can save over that. And now preset 1 is saved. I go to preset 2, still looks good. Preset 1, bam. Isn't that beautiful? You're actually able to do these things so easily. And, you know, it's very, very cool, the fact that you're able to do it like this. So, yeah, that's a bit about cameras. But again, when you add a camera, by the way, so one other thing I do recommend with cameras as well, so a lot of times, so let's talk about scenes. So how did I set up my scenes? And this is something I think a lot of creators maybe don't do, if you do your setup, but I'm just giving you what I recommend. Okay, so as you can see here, I have a number of scenes. So when you come to stream early, right, if you're an early bird, you come to stream, you see my intro screen and the music playing and stuff. This is my intro screen. Obviously, it's a photograph of my car. This is an actual photograph, by the way. I did some editing, but this is an actual photograph of my car in Malibu, on the Malibu mountain roads. And so I edited it, add some details, and I also added the Hollywood sign with my name, Boy Meets Mini. And I also have a billboard, have you read your critical racing theory today? Okay. Thank you. She's quick too. Quick and cute. But yeah, that's my intro. Now, obviously, if I go to my chat scene, now you can see, I've got, actually, this is bothering me a bit. Let me go to camera controls. I want to move myself a little bit that way. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So yeah, we're gonna save that again. I just like that you could do the presets like that. It's so cool. But so I have my intro scene set up, and you basically want an intro scene. You want an ending scene. So this is my ending scene. This is another photograph I took up in somewhere in I think this was up in Kern County or somewhere, so Central California. It's really beautiful up there. And then, of course, you want sort of a big face cam scene. Now, obviously, I've done it to where I've got my camera takes the whole display. Some people, what they do, they have like an overlay that has the camera on one side and the chat in a separate window, and they've got some fancy overlays, you know, and stuff like that. There's plenty of guides out there telling you how to do it. In Linux, it's no different. You set it up the same way like you do on Windows. Then what you want a scene with your desktop. There it is. So this is my desktop scene. Very simple. I just have my desktop underneath, my camera in the corner, and our fundraiser. Okay. Then this scene is for when I run my capture card to my computer, and the reason you need that is, let's say you're playing games off a console, let's say my Switch 2, or if I had a PS5, you need to run a PS5 through a capture card to capture its video signal and then display it here as an output. So yeah, I basically have 4 or 5 main scenes. You may have more, okay? You may have more scenes than that, okay? Now, one of the things I suggest doing as well, so there's another thing you can do with scenes, by the way, in OBS that a lot of people don't know. I see nobody doing this. Why aren't they doing this? So one of the problems is, so this is a performance thing for OBS. Let me give you a little tip. So for OBS, one of the problems with OBS is it's a very resource-intensive application. OBS takes a lot of memory, a lot of CPU cycles, and a lot of encoder. It will swallow your encoder, especially if you are running an older GPU or an older system. And I presume that a lot of people will migrate to Linux for the reason of, you know, wanting to, you know, prolong their old hardware and continue to use it to create content, right? So, you know, Linux gives you that performance advantage on older hardware. And so what I want to do is show you how you can optimize your scenes, okay? And that's a big thing when it comes to performance in OBS. And that way you won't get frame skips, you won't get encoder overloading, you won't get, you know, a lot of those kind of issues. And so one of the things I do recommend, by the way, now on the screen right now, you can see kind of how it's laid out. We've got our scene list, our source list within the scene, and then we've got our audio mixer. One of the things I recommend adding to yours, there's a doc called the stats doc, okay? And the stats doc, I highly recommend adding this because I usually put it down here below the controls. Okay, and this little stats doc down here, you can see. Oh, I have to set a location for my recordings. We're going to do that next. Don't worry about the red there. But yeah, you can see here, you can see how many frames are getting missed. And so the way to read this, let me make this bigger so you can see fully what I'm talking about. Is it going to get bigger? Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's kind of silly. Okay. So I want you to see some of the numbers here. Okay. The numbers, Mason. All right. So some of the numbers here. So the numbers you want to pay attention to are on the right side here. Okay, so you want to pay attention to your frames per second, which is, I've set mine to 60. If you have an older system, set it to 48 or set it to 30. For most things, 30 FPS is great. It's fine for streaming. And it also requires less bandwidth if you don't have the upload. But if you have a little beefier system, stream at 60 FPS, it looks good, okay? Now, you want to look at the time to render. Right now, it's a nice small number. This is in milliseconds, by the way. So this is in thousandths of a second. This is how much time it takes to render one frame. Okay, so right now it's taking me 4 milliseconds to render a frame. Now you may ask yourself, okay, let's do a quick calculation, right? So if I pull up my calculator, oh, there's no calculator installed. Interesting. Okay, well, anyways, so let's do a quick sort of calculation, right? So we have, right? So if you're doing 60 frames per second, right? This is some video stuff. 60 frames a second means every second there's 60 images being captured and strung together as a movie, right? Every second it's 60 images being captured, right? Consistently. So if I say, so you got to ask yourself, okay, and how long, or you don't want, so what, let me explain something. So the reason you lose frames, the whole reason frames get lost, let me explain this, okay? So let's say you have 60 frames a second. So you were dividing that second. Let's say 1 second was a pie, right? 1 second was a pie and you cut 60 slices. Each slice is a slice of that 1 second of time, right? And so the time to render a frame, so the frame should render in less time than the size of that slice, because that frame needs to appear at that time. Otherwise, what's going to happen, it's going to drop the frame and just render the next one. You see? So basically you don't want too long of a render time, and we're going to show you ways you can minimize your render time. That's the reason, that is the core mechanism through which you lose frames, is if your render time is too high. Your render time can be high for a number of reasons. Your graphics card or your encoder is getting overloaded, your system overall is getting overloaded, maybe it's running hot, all that kind of stuff. You know, if you're streaming off a laptop, your laptop may be throttling. A lot of laptops, what they do for thermal and battery reasons, obviously mainly thermal if you're plugged in, is, you know, to minimize overheating and prevent overheating, they will cut back the processor speed, the graphics speed and memory speed and things like that. So that can affect your render time. So if you think about it, how many milliseconds maximum can you have per frame to not miss any frames? It's like, what's the maximum time? So if we divide 1 second, so how many milliseconds are in a second? There's 1,000, right? There's 1,000 milliseconds in 1 second, but that 1,000 milliseconds needs to be divided into 60. So we're going to do 1,000 over 60. That means you do not want, and this is the number we get, you do not want that frame render time to be more than 16 milliseconds. Yeah, about 17 ms, but basically to be safe, you want to be at most 14 milliseconds or under for your frame time, okay? Your frame time should be 14 or less, right? Note that down. Because otherwise what's going to happen is if it goes above that 16 milliseconds, you're going to drop frames. All right, so that's what happens. And obviously, you know, different things can cause that render time to spike as well. Okay, so that's the main reason you use frames. Okay, so hopefully I explained that right? When you're talking about frames per second, think of that 1 second of video footage as a pie cut into 60 slices. Those are your 60 frames. If you're doing 30 frames a second, obviously, if we do 1,000, 1,000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, into 30, that means you can take up to 33 milliseconds to render a frame and you will not drop a frame, theoretically. Yes, I am teaching y'all. I've been teaching y'all all night. So that is what that is. And then obviously you can see how many frames you've missed and you can see how many frames you skipped. And so there's two types of lag that can happen. You can have rendering lag and you can have encoding lag. What is the difference? Rendering lag is where your GPU is actually rendering what's on the display. right? It's actually rendering that, pixel by pixel, row by row, okay, very quickly. The skip, what an encoder lag is, so you have to take that rendered frame and you have to convert it into the format you are encoding into. So for example, we encode into, say, MP4 format, right? MP4 is a common video file format you've probably heard of. So you need to take that rendered frame, compress it down, and encode it into that format, and then send it to Twitch, YouTube, hopefully not Kick, but wherever you're sending it to. Wherever you're sending that frame to, you want to make sure it's encoded in that correct format. So the encoding, there's two steps that need to happen, okay? So there's rendering, which is rendering the frame, and then there's encoding that rendered frame. So you take that rendered frame, the finished product, and you encode it into the format to send out to the broadcast, okay? So those are the two sources of where you can drop frames. Now, also, there's a third thing you can pay attention to. You can see drop frames network. So this is where, if you're recording, you'll also see whether you're dropping, but mainly on the stream. You can also see if like your network's having interruptions or it's getting overloaded. Like if you have a bunch of people in your house uploading at the same time and you're trying to upload and do stream, which a stream will take a significant amount of upload, about 6 megabytes a second. So just think about that. My internet upload speed is about 35 megabytes a second, so I'm pretty safe. I can upload at 6 megabytes a second to Twitch, I'm cool. Or you can upload at 8 megabytes a second to YouTube, because YouTube actually supports higher quality and even supports 2K resolution for streaming, which is kind of overkill. I would say stream at 1080p at the most, 720 if you got a budget PC, so, or a laptop. That's not as high performance, so exactly. But if Mossad, Palantir, whoever is spying on you, right? So basically, yeah, if you got drop frames there, you'll see now if you have if you don't have any rendering lag or encoding lag, but you're seeing drop frames, then you check the network as well, and that is a little bit less in your control. You're at the mercy of the internet, and infrastructure. American internet, and my right brother, the best. Yeah. God, American internet needs so much work. So yeah, that's basically sort of explaining the stats window. I highly recommend, again, how do you do that? Go up to docs here. Hang on a minute. Let me restart OBS. It's having a little trouble. Sorry. You want to go up here to docs, because you can dock different things to your OBS window. You can dock your stats down below, so you can see I just dock it down there, and it all works. Another thing you want to do as well. So let me show you something I'm doing with scenes real quick. All right, this is a pro tip. So how do we reduce that render time? So one of the things that can contribute to render time, is if you are, I guess, how do I put it? One of the things that contributes to render time is if you have duplicate sources. So let me explain this. So typically in OBS, what I see a lot of people do is on each one of their scenes, like for example, big face cam scene, right? They will right click, add source, and they will add a video capture device, and they'll point it to their webcam, right? But then what they'll do, they'll go to desktop main and they'll add a separate source to the same camera. So now you have two video sources. So think about this. You have two video sources. See the way it works in OBS, every scene has sources, and the sources are unique to that scene, right? So now you have two sources trying to render the same video from the same source, but it's double the work, right? The computer is doing double the work. It doesn't make any sense. So what I do instead, this is a much better way to do it, and I've figured out this actually saves rendering and saves cost. What you want, make a separate scene. You want to make a separate scene. As you can see, I have a scene here called camera, okay? Now, there's another use for this I'm going to show you a little bit later, but you want to make a separate camera scene, okay? And all that should be on that scene, Yeah, it sounds like government waste, all that stuff, right? It sounds like communism, right? Although communism is abolition of the state, so I guess it's socialism. Anyways, whatever. But the thing is that now you have a camera scene, so you can see me here. I'm gonna hide my face cam so it's less confusing. Now you can see now you can see my big face cam, but this scene only has one thing on it, my camera. It doesn't have any sound sources, nothing, just the camera. Then what you can do, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to, or actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the intro and, yeah, so what you can do basically, so I make a separate scene with my camera on it, and then what you can do, let's say I go to a scene that doesn't have a camera, I can right click, add source, but instead of adding a video capture source, I'm going to add a scene source. And you can click add existing scene and select camera, click OK, bam, there's your camera, now you can position it. And the cool thing about this is that it minimizes resources because the camera scene is handling all the rendering of that camera, and basically you're just piping it out for all your different scenes. It's the same scene getting sent everywhere. So that's the cool thing about it. This is a lot. Yeah, so this is one thing I do to cut down. Even though I have a beefy computer, I still want to optimize so I can have maximum performance in games, simulators, things like that, right? So that's one thing you can do, all right? So now let's extend this concept. What if you wanted to do this with the capture card? Well, I do the same thing with the capture card. So what I do is I use the capture card because I use the capture card in two scenes. I use it here when I'm playing Switch games, and I use it here if I want to pull up, say, a picture-in-picture from another, from something else. So let's say I'm, playing a game like, say, Truck Simulator or Flight Sim on this side on the main desktop, but then I want to play a video off my laptop and run it through a capture card. Well, I can do that, and so basically I'll have a little picture-in-picture down there that comes up, and basically in order to do that, instead of adding the video source separately on the scene, I add the video source to its own scene. And the thing with capture cards, by the way, pro tip, you need to add the audio separately. So add source, you want to add the video capture, and then you want to add the audio inputs, not audio output, audio input capture, because you're capturing a sound input, you're not capturing an output, right? So you want to capture an input and set it to, see if I go to properties here, you want to set this to the capture card. Obviously I don't have one plugged in, so it's not going to be there, but yeah, there you go. So yeah, you can kind of see there how I thought of this. So every single sort of, basically what I do is all my main video inputs are on their own unique scenes. The camera's here, the capture card's here. Now, another thing you also want to do, and I recommend doing this just because, again, this is something I do personally. You don't have to do this. So let's say you want to capture your mic and your desktop audio. Now, there's two ways of doing it. You can either go into settings and you can go into audio and you can set global audio devices. Now, all mine are disabled, but if you want an audio device that's always on in every scene, you can set it. You can set it here. The problem with this is that sometimes this thing forgets or it changes it automatically because your system, doesn't detect everything right off the bat. So this can be problematic because you have to keep coming in here and resetting it to what you had before. So what I recommend doing instead is actually making an audio sources scene. Then what you want to do is you want to add your sources here. Okay, so what I do here is I add an audio output source for my desktop audio. Okay, so that speaker icon is an output source. So there's an input source and an output source. In my case, my output is the audio from my desktop. My input is the microphone. So I add the output source and then I set it to my, whatever my output is, right? And then my microphone is an input, so then I just set it to my, in this case, my blue snowball. And now I have a scene with all my main audio on it that's shared among all the other scenes. And then what I do, watch this, look at that. I have an audio sources scene reference on all of my other scenes. Okay, so I run my audio through a scene as well. This is something I recommend doing. And then the last thing I do, if you want an alert that shows up on all, so sometimes one of the other things that takes up a lot of resources as well, in addition to video capture and audio capture, those take resources, browser sources. Oh my God. If you don't know what a browser source is, those are the overlays that you can put on, right? So in this case, I have an overlay for my Twitch alerts. So whenever people raid in or someone subs or someone uses redeem points or whatever, the alert box shows up, right? So this thing is only visible when the alert pops in, right? But it's a browser source, right? This is a web page. So you have to remember, whenever you add a browser source to your stream, what happens is you are adding another, it's like opening another tab in Chrome, and you know how much memory that uses. That's another 100 megabytes of memory, right? So what you don't want to do, the last thing you want to do, I don't want to be adding Twitch alerts. I don't want to have 7 copies of Twitch alerts across all my scenes. What I want is 1 copy that's rendered on one scene, and then I share it. Okay, so that really cuts down on your memory usage. All right, and it obviously cuts down on your render time as well. So because of that, what I do, I have an alerts scene and I add all my alerts. Now, the only disadvantage of doing this is the placement's going to be the same every scene, so you can see it's always in that corner. You know, so you may want to, you know, experiment a little bit, or maybe split these out and like position things the way you want. But basically, you want to use scenes. Exactly. So that's why I put my alerts on one scene and then I just share it, distribute it amongst my other main sort of scenes that I actually use during the stream. So this is the alerts. And also the alerts, you want to make sure it's above everything, because what you don't want is if I put alerts below, say, the desktop capture, it's going to be invisible, because it's like layers in Photoshop. You don't want it to be invisible behind something. You want it to be visible. And the way this works with sources, they are arranged back to front. So basically the top one is the front, the topmost, right? And then you go, and then you layer cake all the way down. So basically, you want your audio sources, your alerts above everything else. So you can actually drag and drop these around. So yeah, again, this gets a little complicated, but this is, again, sort of recommendations I've made to people for how to set up an efficient but, you know, reasonably complex stream setup that has everything you need. You know, your big face can be for just chatting. Your, you know, you've got a scene for, getting, you know, games off of a console with a capture card, and then also playing games on your desktop. So, see? So we got all that set up, and this is the way I recommend doing it again. If you have video sources, dedicate a scene to each video source. One for your camera, one for your capture card. If you got multiple cameras, set up a separate scene for that other camera. Then in your scenes, wherever you want to put camera or cameras, import the scene, and then you can resize, position it, whatever. It will not impact your performance all that much. This is software developer brain at work. I'm always looking at ways of optimizing stuff. It's not a big deal. Trust me. I make it sound like the smallest deal ever, but yeah. So there you go. Yeah, always optimize. Absolutely. So this is the way you optimize your sources. And again, this is how you set up OBS. Now, there are many other things. When it comes to OBS, there are many other things. Sorry, sometimes I have to restart it. Sometimes the menus don't, whatever. I don't know. I think it's when you resize the docks or something, like you can't access the menus. It's like a really stupid thing. Whatever. I'm not too worried about it. They'll probably fix it in an upcoming update. It's out of my control. I could complain about it. I'm pretty sure someone's already complained, but... So that's OBS on Linux works very well, by the way. Now, one of the other things you need to do as well, you need to do what's called a WebSocket. So this is, again, this is what you need to set up, say, Touch Portal on your tablet, say, right? So let's say you have a tablet, right? And you want to use it as a Stream Deck, or you have an Elgato Stream Deck. One of the things you need is you need a WebSocket server. So if you go to Tools, WebSocket Server Settings. What you can do then is you can enable the WebSocket server, okay? So you want to click this checkbox, enable WebSocket server. You can enable system tray alerts for when things connect or whatever, but you don't need those. And then what you will always want to do as well, always make sure you enable authentication. Okay, enable authentication because you don't want it to be passwordless and insecure. You don't want someone hacking in potentially and, you know, doing weird things with your OBS. Could it happen? Sure. I mean, a virus could do it. So what I would do is enable authentication. It's a lot less likely. And then you can generate a password. Okay. So I'm going to generate a password. Now, what you can also do is you can do what's called show connect info. All right, I'm going to change my password after this so you all can't get into it, but just for demonstration. So see here, you need this connect info. So you need your server IP, you need the port number, and you need the password. And then the reason you need these, and what I would do is maybe keep these in a text file. The reason you need these is to connect, say, a Stream Deck app to your OBS, because OBS basically is running a server that can, you know, your Stream Deck will call, basically the way it works is OBS runs a server that is ready to accept commands. The Stream Deck sends commands through that web server, through that WebSocket server, and triggers OBS to do things. So it triggers OBS to change scenes, mute things, unmute things, you know, play sounds, whatever. Like, you can do all of that through the WebSocket interface, basically. But you need that server password. Of course, I'm going to generate a new one because I'm smart. Okay, so we're gonna generate the password there. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna generate a new password, of course. So I'll obviously disable my WebSocket server for now. But yeah, there you go. And you can also see who's connected as well. So you could see like, oh, is my touch portal connected? Is my streamer bot connected? All that kind of stuff. And you will have multiple connections here. The way we're gonna set this up, we're gonna have multiple connections. Okay. Ooh, it's 8:45. All right, let's get going. So we've got our audio, just in case, okay? We've got our audio, we've got our scene set up, optimized, okay? We got our sources set up. Now, one other thing you also want to set up, you might also want to set up a virtual camera. Now, I know some of you people are debate bros out here, okay? You like to hop on your debates, or you like to share your camera to, you know, because one of the problems, so one of the things with OBS you got to understand, and it's just a thing with webcams, if an application is using your webcam, like say OBS is using your webcam, no other app can use, like Discord can't use it, right? For example, or Video Ninja can't use it, right? Or Zoom can't use it. So if you're on a Video Ninja session or a Discord call or VC, or if you are on a Google Meet session, right, a Google Meet call, you cannot use your webcam when OBS is using it. It's a single source only. So what you can do though is you can do what's called a virtual camera, and a virtual camera can be used by a secondary application. So what you want to do, see there's a virtual camera button here, click this cog next to it, click this. And what you can do is you can either grab a source or you can grab a scene. What I do for, you know, for performance sake, I grab a scene. And remember we had that camera scene, right? Where it's just my camera. I set it to my camera scene and then I click start virtual camera. All right. And then of course you have to authenticate it and everything. Virtual camera is running. Now, you might be wondering, where is this virtual camera going? Well, if I pull up Discord, I can show you. Check this out. So now we're in Discord, right? We're in Discord. Let's say I join, I join the co-working VC. All right, so I joined the co-working VC. Nobody else hop in there, please. Or if you want to, that's fine. So I joined the co-working VC. And now what I can do is I can say, oh, I want to turn on my camera, right? I want to turn on my camera. I'm going to preview my camera as well. So right now you can see if I have my Brio selected, it's not going to show. Why? OBS has already taken it, so nobody else can take it. But I can set it to OBS virtual. Now it's going to show reverse because it's not going to show this way in Discord, by the way. It'll just show this way to you as a preview because it allows you to see yourself in reverse or whatever. I don't really like it, whatever. I'm not a huge fan, but you can do this and now you can turn on your camera and you can see it's there. Obviously the preview is not going to show properly. It's going to be flip from this, but yeah, you can do that as well. And you know what? The OBS virtual camera is so useful. You can also set it to a scene. So if let's say I don't want it on my scene, but I want it on my my desktop main. So if I do this, watch what happens. Now I can share my whole desktop on the camera. So, you know, there's things you could do like that. It's pretty cool. The problem is it won't share the audio. That is the issue. But yeah, I'll just set it to my camera for now. But yeah, you can do things like that through OBS and actually send the video feed out to other applications. So Video Ninja and the like. So in Discord and stuff like that. So, but we'll hang up and disconnect. So how do you like that, chat? It's pretty cool, right? So now we're gonna stop virtual camera. There we go. Now another thing as well. One thing to also remember. Right, because yeah, we don't have any boosts. So so one other thing you want to do, so go into your settings. Okay, now let's talk encoders. Okay, so what do I recommend for encoders? Obviously, we're going to stream to restream.io. Now, most of you are going to be streaming to one or another service like Twitch or YouTube or whatever, but what I do is I use a service called Restream. And what Restream, and I do pay for it, it's a little bit of money every month, it's like $5 a month for the premium. There is a free tier where you can stream 2 HD streams at a time. But as you can see here on Restream, I am able to, I'm able to stream to multiple outputs. So I can stream to 2, 3, 4 different sites at once and have, parallel streams without having to send it from off my bandwidth. See, if you think about it, if I had to multi-stream with YouTube, Twitch, and say, I don't know, Instagram or whatever, or Twitter, right? YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. That's 3 streams. That's 6 megabytes per second times 2. That's 18 megabytes a second upload. That's too much, right? Restream allows you to send one feed at 6 megabytes a second, and then it funnels it out. A little bit of latency. It's a little latency cost you pay, but it gives you that flexibility of where you want to stream without hogging your bandwidth. Okay, so that's why I use Restream. And Restream gives you its own, just like Twitch, Twitch gives you a stream key. Restream also gives you a stream key. You just go to settings, and obviously you can't see what the stream key is. We're just going to copy it. This is safe to show. And then we're going to paste it in here. So we're going to select in stream, we're going to select restream.io, auto detect for the server, and do that. There you go. So now you're set up for restream.io. That's simple. Now, as far as your output, let's talk encoders, all right? I'm going to quickly walk you through these settings because I'm not going to discuss this at length. This is what I recommend if you have an NVIDIA card. Obviously, if you have an AMD card, look up the settings. It's on, you can find them. They're pretty easy to find. But what I recommend is for audio encoder, use AAC. Okay, AAC is a good format for audio. For the video encoder, if you have an NVIDIA card, use NVIDIA NVENC H264. I know, that sounds like foreign language, but this is your graphics card, your NVIDIA card. Use this. If you need to rescale your output, do it. I don't need to do that, okay? Now, what you also want to do, if you look at these settings here, make sure also set your output mode to advanced so you can see all the settings. Otherwise, you'll just see a small set of them. So in your encoder settings, this is your video settings. This is what I recommend for streams that look crisp, even with high motion. So if you're playing racing game, flight sim, FPS, things like that, any high action games or whatever, you are going to see a smoother, not a perfect output, but a much smoother and clearer, crisper output. Okay, otherwise what happens with high motion, because it has to redraw so quickly, it gets blurry, right? Blurry, pixelated. So if you want to minimize that, these are the settings I recommend. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to do a constant bit rate. Okay, for Twitch it requires a constant bit rate, no getting around that, and the maximum they allow for most people is 6,000. If you're a partner, I think they allow 8,000, but affiliates 6,000. So 6,000 kilobits per second. Now the keyframe interval, 2 seconds. I recommend this. This gives it a little bit of buffer to redraw a lot better. And then what I like to do, it depends on your preset, depends on your system performance. I go for better quality. I don't need the best quality, I just need better quality because I don't want it to, work too hard. And also the quality setting, that can really affect your render time. So if you set a super high quality setting, your render time is going to be longer. Okay, so think about that. Tuning, I do low latency. This helps with fast high motion. So low latency is enough. I could do ultra low, but either way, I could try ultra low. I don't know if it'll affect my render time. And then multipass mode, I recommend quarter resolution. That's all you need. And then profile, always set it to high. Check look ahead and adaptive quantization. So basically these allow, again, deal with a lot of issues with high motion and things like that to smooth it out. Use 4 B-frames. I recommend that. Use 4 B-frames. And then I use these custom encoder options. You don't need these, but I add them there. You don't really need those. Now, as far as audio setup, I recommend using 192 kilobits per second. You don't need more than that. The audio sounds fine at 192. You can obviously do more. You can do 320 if you want. In fact, I believe for Twitch, they do, yeah, you can do 320. I might start doing 320 for audio from now on, just for that reason and that reason only. Just to, you know, so I might set my audio to 320 actually. From now, or 256. 256 is also great. So yeah, you can render your audio at a higher quality here. And now for your audio, you want to set your sample rate. I always set sample to 48 and stereo. Okay, so do stereo. You don't need more than that. Just stereo is fine for streaming. And then as far as video, so this is important as well. So my monitor right now, this is a 2K monitor. Okay, it's a 2K monitor. So I set my base resolution to 2K. Now, the reason I do that, okay, the reason I set my base resolution to my monitor size, and the reason you want to do that is because, let's say I set my streaming canvas to 1080p. Then what I have to do, when I put my desktop on here, I have to scale it down. And what I found happens is that it pixelates a lot of things. It doesn't look crisp. If you're wondering how I get my games to look crisp, I set my canvas size to my monitor size, okay? To my monitor resolution. All right, so do that. Make sure your base resolution is your monitor resolution. Don't do anything else. And then for your output, obviously, we are scaling down to 1080p, right? 1920 by 1080. Then for your downscale filter, pick the best one. Longsos, 36 samples, pick the best one. If your computer's, you know, much older, maybe pick bicubic, but that's all you need. And then pick your frames per second. I have chosen 60. You can also do 30 if your computer's a little bit less, or if you want that real cinematic feel, 24. But I do 60, whatever. It all works. Okay, so that is how I set my encoder up. Obviously, you can go back over this video. This will be available, by the way, on my YouTube. I have a separate playlist now. Let me show you that real quick. I do have a separate playlist on my YouTube. Okay. So I do have a separate playlist on my YouTube. If you go into my main page, down here, you can go to my playlist. I have my Windows to Linux how-to playlist. We are, obviously this stream will get added to that, but yeah, the first stream is on there. And I'm gonna, later what I'm gonna do is go through there and just put timestamps for everything so you can see, okay, he did this step here and this step there. So, because there's a lot of yapping and sort of miscellaneous in between. So I'll give you the timestamps. So if you're looking for a specific thing, you can find it very, very easily. So that is basically how you want to set up your OBS on Linux. Not too bad, right? And again, if you have further questions, I could show you specific things, but I think that this takes care of 99% of your problems, or 99% of your needs when it comes to streaming. This is all you need. Okay, I'm telling you right now, this is all you need. And for most people, this will work. Now, obviously, if you've got VTuber rigging and you've got other, you know, if you've got a lot of that stuff going on, like, sure, there's a lot more to do there that's VTuber specific. You know, I'll leave it to the VTube experts to do that. I don't really do that stuff yet. Will I become a VTuber someday? Oh, also recording. So one thing you also want to do, notice there's a little red number there. It says 0. That's because I have not set my recording directory. If you want to do recordings, and sometimes I do while I'm streaming, so go to settings, go to output, and go to the recording tab. If you want to get rid of that, you need to set a folder that exists. Right now, this folder doesn't exist. So what I'm going to do, what is that folder called? OBS Rex. I'm going to create a new folder, the same one, OBS Rex. Click OK. Open, and now you can see I have 1.7 terabytes of recording space left. Well, what I'm curious, what tool do you use for VTubing? Because actually, you know what? That might be since we're talking about stream setup. Are you using VTube Studio or are you using? I forget what the other tools are. I don't know if you're using VTube Studio, VTuber Studio. VTuber Studio does run on Linux. In fact, we can actually install it. You want to see it live in action? Let's go. Your boy's about to become a VTuber. Here we go. No one is ready for this. No one's ready. There you go. So now you're seeing here, see it's downloading, now it's downloading VTube Studio. Boy meets Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is cool. Iron Mouse is really, really cool. Very wholesome. Yeah, I know, she's, you know, she's funny, wholesome. Yeah, and it should run through Linux because, again, Linux has Proton. Proton can run a lot of stuff, and it should be able to run VTube Studio. I'm just curious if it'll, because my camera's over here instead of in front of me, I wonder if it'll pick up everything. It's going to be awkward. Yeah. So now, moment of truth, will it work? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. This might be cooked. No, it's still, it's running, it's running. Hang on a minute. Yes! Yes! Success! Haha! Feisty Latina, yeah, she is. She really is. She's great. Yeah, Iron Mouse is cool. There you go, look! So, it's gonna bug me a million times. Now, I'm not the most familiar with that. Hiyori is a model here. Okay, let's just do let's do Tororo. There we go. Okay, to scale, to scroll, to rotate, scroll control. There you go. So like that. So yeah, I'm becoming a cat, but now what you have to do, if you go to, I think you have to go to settings. And then I think you need to set up your camera, right? Excuse me. Oh yeah, that's some mocap. Which I don't have a mocap, but test, hello? Okay. We can, okay, sorry, I'm forgetting how to do this. Auto setup? No. Sorry, I'm not the most familiar with this. Yeah, I'm not the most familiar with this. Okay, webcam tracking, choose camera, Brio. And please select a resolution, 1920. And 30 frames. XRGB. Okay, is it gonna work? We're gonna do 30 FPS limit there. And then what we can do is camera on. Okay. Oh, wait, it's not working. What we need, actually, we need the virtual cam. So see, this is where the virtual cam can help you, by the way, because OBS is hogging that camera right now. We're going to actually start the virtual camera. See, this is where virtual cam can save your butt. Okay, so there we go, and now we'll turn on the camera. Okay. Okay. Now, is it showing anything? Let's calibrate it. I don't see anything, though. Yeah, I don't see anything. What the heck? Camera off. Tracking type. Only face tracking. Level 5. We could do NVIDIA broadcast. Okay. And then camera on. Okay. Okay, it isn't showing quite yet. I don't know why. Looks like the tracker failed to start. 50 series or newer cannot use the old NVIDIA tracker. Okay, testing. It's not picking up my face for some weird reason. Let's try level 4. Full support for wink. Only face tracking, yes, and we're using the OBS virtual cam. OpenSea face cam can be used for free, however, watermark. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see. Maybe there's some driver you need. Let me try level 4. Yeah, it's just not picking it up, which is very, very weird. Huh, so it's not picking up my webcam. Hang on a minute. Let me see if there's an issue here. Where's my browser? There it is, sorry. VTuber Studio, or VTube Studio, Linux, not seeing camera. Python 39, Pac-Man, installer requirements. Oh, you gotta install OpenCFace. Okay, that's why it's not picking up, because it has to install OpenCFace. So in order to do this, we're going to, how do I exit? I just, settings, Steam, cancel. I just Alt F4, I guess. But I think what I need to do, you need to install a couple of tools. So you can see here, yeah, it looks like here, running VTS on Linux. I just Googled this. I do have Python. So if I do, hang on a minute. Python, yeah, I have Python 3.14, all good. Now what we want to do is, I don't have Python pip, Python virtual git. There we go. And install those packages. Okay, so now what we can do. Okay, that's for Ubuntu. Now you need to download OpenCFace. So we're gonna go to downloads, and we're going to git clone github.com Emilia now T OpenCFace. There we go. I know, right? I want to make this work. Virtual environment P Python environments. Okay, now we have that. And then you want to start source env bin activate dot fish. There we go. And then we want to do pip install ONNX runtime pi equals 1.26.1. Oh, okay. There you go. There's got to be like an automated way of this. Lastly, before we set the face tracker, make sure VTube Studio can see it. Properties, install file, browse. Oh. Right click on VTube and click properties, install file, browse. Okay, so we need to go to install files and browse. And then what we need to do, what does it say? And now that we're in here, we need to go to VTube Studio data, streaming assets, and open ip.txt or create if it's not there. I don't see it there. So we're going to file, ip.txt, and then we're going to, inside you need two things to be correct. So we're going to do IP is 0000, port is 73. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of work. And then you go back to your terminal and you input this. So we're going to copy that. Shift Control V. Oh, C represents your camera. It's usually 0. Stop. But if you have multiple cameras, you may need to use... Okay, so we'll try C equals 1 then. There was no valid inputs. Can't open C. What is the camera? Because you got to figure out what the camera output is. So let's figure that out real quick. It's not picking that up. Let me go to my camera controls, see what the heck's going on. Dev video 2. Okay, so we need to go dev video 2, so C number 2. There we go. Oh, it didn't like that. What the? Okay, so there's some issue here. We'll figure it out. But yeah, basically, there is some issue here with the tracking. It just doesn't want to be able to see that. Okay, let me see why that's an issue. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm actually curious now. You should be able to open VTube Studio Cam and enjoy it. Hang on a minute. There might be a way. Open CFace, Arch Linux. Proton. Yeah, this is the same. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, wait a minute. Oh, they're actually no. Oh, there's an easier way to do this. Hang on a minute. Deactivate. Exit. There's an easier way to do this, by the way. You can download VC Face. I'll send you this link, don't worry. Okay, so what we... okay, so... Do you need all of these? Alternative in Lutris. Start at once, you notice the font is missing, which we will now install. Oh. I could use VC Face, maybe. It will use a lot of your CPU. Okay. So you do need that. Okay, never mind. You do need that. So if I CD downloads slash open CFace, then I and then I hang on a bit. 1.26.1. No, you just see numpy. Right, that's fine. I don't know why it's doing this. I honestly don't know why it's doing this. Like, it should work. I don't know why it's doing that. So, reference shapes 3313 not. What is this? Hang on a minute. Open CFace. What is this? The estimate depth error. There might be some issues here. Miliana VT. Okay. So tracking library, not a standalone. I'm working on VCFace. VTube Studio uses Open CFace. A render for the Godot engine could be found here. Yeah, so that's how it does face detection. It's pretty cool. Poetry can be used to install all dependencies in a separate virtual environment. Okay. 66 points. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. It's just not able to. It feels like it's just not able. It's like it's not able to do it. So if I look straight at the camera when I'm doing this, it's just erroring out. Like, I don't understand what the deal is. Maybe I need a separate camera. It could be that. It could be some weird thing that's happening because I am using a virtual source, but yeah. Lovely. Okay. Anyway, that's the VTuber. Hey, welcome, Grim Dirac. I've learned that Linux and OpenCFace has been a good combo. Use your phone. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's probably better. Like if I set up my iPhone with it. But yeah, like again, I don't VTube. As you probably know, I don't VTube. Caught. I know I'm not a VTuber. But yeah, I'm just showing everybody how to set up OBS in Linux because yeah, I reinstalled my PC. I nuked Windows 11 2 days ago. And I'm pretty good with Linux. I've been using Linux since 2006, 2005, you know, way early. Ubuntu 8 is when I started using Linux. So, and I've been using it on and off, but now I want to become a full-time Linux user. So, streaming, sim racing, flight sim, Star Citizen, you know, all the stuff I play, you know, collabing with people. I want to do it all through Linux. So. Yeah, and so I think, Atomic Crouton, you don't need to worry about OpenCFace and all that because I'm trying to use a webcam. I think a phone will work very well out of the box with VTube Studio, like Grim suggested here. So hey, we got some help through. I appreciate it. By the way, Grim, check out my YouTube channel. Hang on a minute. Let me send you this link. I am actually. Let me send you all this. This is where my VODs are getting saved for this tutorial. Nice, good for you. Same here. A couple days ago for me. But there's this playlist. I'll share this with you real quick. This is the playlist. So here's the playlist. We're gonna do several streams of this, of configuring, and I'm gonna show people how to configure things like a sim racing wheel, flight simulator, you know, joysticks. Show people how to you know, how to do like video editing, things like that on Linux. Video editing is pretty intuitive. Like it's the same old, like if you know how to use DaVinci Resolve, same old thing. It works. It just works, folks. So, but anyways, yeah, VTube Studio should work with the phone. Maybe I'll start VTubing at some point. I'll have to talk to someone about that. Now, as far as so that's everything when it comes to OBS. Now let's talk bots. Let's talk bots. So let me take a quick little break. Actually, let me take a quick little break. Cancel. Update system, I guess. Okay. What happened here? Probably need to reboot. It's all good. So in case you're wondering, I'm not streaming off the Linux machine. I'm actually streaming from my laptop, which is also running Arch Linux, by the way. I'm running Arch Linux on both sides. On my desktop, which is my streaming gaming, like beefy rig. And then if you want to see what my specs are, scroll down my about, you can see my PC specs. But I also have a laptop. It's an old laptop from 2018 that I'm using that's running Linux as well. It runs great. Linux is so good. So good, folks. So yeah, this is kind of how you do VTube Studio, things like that. We've already installed a couple of games. We're gonna tomorrow, in fact. So I will be on, by the way, for anybody who can't stay too late, because it is getting late. It's midnight on the East Coast. It's past midnight. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, we will be live again. I'm gonna show you how to set up sim racing, flight sim, all that stuff. So I'm gonna install that stuff overnight. You know, start getting my F1 and things like that installed. For anyone wondering, I do have a Fanatec wheel and pedals that I use. So Fanatec's a little bit finicky on Linux, but there is a driver and it works pretty well for what we do. Okay. So with that said, let's get a streamer bot working. Okay, let me show you the basics. I believe Firebot works on Linux, right? Yeah, I believe this works on Linux, if I am not mistaken. Yes, it does. It does have a Linux download. I think I can pacman install it though. Sudo pacman s firebots. No. Let me check FlatHub. I believe FlatHub's gonna have it. Firebot is not in there. Firebot, Arch, Linux. Oh, it's in the R. Okay, it might not be available for Arch. So the thing is, if you have Fedora, by the way, you can just download the RPM. So if you're on Fedora, generally speaking, when you're downloading stuff, you can also download RPM files. They install directly in there. But yeah, for now, what I got to do, I got to figure out a way to install Firebot. I think there's an R package, so we can do what's called. It's a little more complicated in Arch, but it is possible. We can do yay/s Firebot. Firebot. There we go. So now it's going to install Firebot. There we go. And it's going to build it for us. And for those who use Mozagear, getting it running on Linux is plug and play. There's software you can install via FlatHub. What's it called? For Moza? I don't know what it is for Fanatec. Let me check FlatHub for Fanatec. No, Moza. Boxflat? Yeah, it's Boxflat. This is the thing for the Moza wheel. So if you have a Moza wheel, by the way, you're in luck. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's these things. So this is a company that makes really, really good racing hardware. But yeah, they make sim racing hardware. So their pedals and their shifters and everything. They also have flight sim hardware as well. That's pretty cool. But yeah, these are some of the racing wheel and pedals. They have some basic ones you can get. Why am I on the Canada store? That's weird. Anyways, I'm in the US. I'm nowhere near Canada. I'm actually closer to Mexico than Canada. But yeah, like the R9, like the Moza R9's a great steering wheel. Very, very cool. But yeah, if you have a Moza, this will work. It's plug and play. But Fanatec's a little trickier. That said, you know, you can make it work. I believe you said, I don't know what Fanatec uses. I think there's a driver for Fanatec. I forget. Fanatec. Really? Because I know Oversteer, Oversteer's for Logitech, but it works with Fanatec as well. I did not know that. Thank you. So we're gonna go ahead. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna prep for tomorrow. I'll actually show you tomorrow. We'll install it tomorrow because it takes no time. We're gonna install Oversteer. But we're gonna install Oversteer tomorrow when we log in. Yep. There you go. So we're gonna install Firebot. So it looks like we have installed Firebot. Let's fire that up, literally. So Firebot is an all-in-one bot for Twitch streamers. Now I think this won't work with YouTube though, with multi-streaming, but we can check. I forget if Firebot works with Twitch or YouTube. Okay. 1 second. So let me add my accounts. Sorry, real quick. Big Cam. Let me add my accounts. Okay. And then I have to log it as my bot account on Twitch as well. Log out. Hang on a minute. Basically, setting up Firebot on Linux is no different than Windows. It's just how you install it. Everything else is kind of whatever, you know. I believe it's the same password? No. Hang on a minute. Okay. On my bot account, hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Hey, odd. How do I change my chat identity? We'll set my bot to green. Yeah, that'll be fun. We'll set it to green. And then we need to go here. We need to add a bot account. So we'll copy that, paste it for my bots. Yep. There, so my streamer. So as you can see here, I'm also gonna hang on a minute. I'm gonna show you all once I feel comfortable. Basically, what we've done is I had to sign in with I have two accounts on my bot, on my Twitch. I have my main account, and then I also have a bot meets mini. That's actually what's gonna do all the bot stuff in the chat. Okay. So next thing we need to do, you need to set up the there's an overlay to display image, videos, and URL. Okay, so we're not going to worry about that for now. We'll skip that for now. And then we don't want to feature our stream. You're all set. I'm ready. Now, does this thing have a YouTube connection? I'm curious if it does, because I don't know. Oh, you can see my streams live right now. Twitch is disconnected. Okay, so if I connect it, now we're connected. Streamer, okay. There you go. You can see who all's in. Hang on a minute. Though I want to see if they have if they have a YouTube mode. I don't know if they do. They might not. It might not have it. Cause hang on, Firebot. This is just for Twitch. This won't work for YouTube. Is there a YouTube plugin? Firebot, Twitch, we are evaluating. Oh, that sucks. Is that a Brooking? What's the name? Brooker? Is that Brooker, or is that your other kitty? There's TTS backups. Okay, I mean this is pretty cool, but I prefer StreamerBot. StreamerBot has more stuff, just because it works with YouTube as well. Mix it up. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Firebot. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. I am not the biggest fan right now. Oh, Bentley. Okay, Bentley and Brooker. But yeah. How do I remove? Hang on. Hang on, sorry, I gotta figure out. Paru/R, Paru. R, Firebot. Yes, we'll remove Firebot for now. Yeah, Firebot doesn't really work, but mix it up. Full-featured streaming bot, and this works on Linux as well. Windows 10 or 11. Okay, I might as well get StreamerBot because I already had a configure. I already had this working. So let me show you all something real quick. By the way, he looks so bothered. Okay, let me show you all something real quick. How you configure StreamerBot. Okay, and you can run this on Linux. It just works. Okay, so we hit download. Now, what's very, very interesting is that you can get, yeah, let's get this. So this will be a Windows version, okay? This will be a Windows version. Now, what you can do, if I hit download, I go to downloads, I'm going to create a new folder. No, never mind, it's here, it's here. Oh wait, there's a Linux installer. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And we had a backup as well. Oh, I forgot that there was a, a Linux installer. Hang on, StreamerBot, Lutris. I believe it's on Lutris. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so here's how you do it. You can install it with bottles, or you can install it with Lutris. We're gonna do it with Lutris, okay? So the way you do that is we're going to download this file. We're going to save page as streamerbot.yaml in our downloads. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, we'll put it here. Streamerbot.yaml. There it is. Hang on a minute. We want to rename this .yaml. Rename. So now this is a YAML file, and you can see it there. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this for now. Yeah, we're gonna remove this. Hey, Beer Bash, thank you for the raid. Sorry I didn't see your raid. Sorry, I was fully focused. How was your stream, my friend? I'm gonna shout you out. You're playing Star Citizen, very cool. Everybody go follow Beer Bash. He's been a longtime friend of mine here on Twitch. He is also a fellow critical racing theorist. We are setting up streaming on Linux. I just showed everybody, by the way. I showed everybody how to set up OBS on Linux fully with everything, cameras, capture card, virtual camera, all that stuff. I did all the high-tech stuff for you. So we are actually on Arch Linux, which is really, really cool. And I'm not streaming from Arch Linux. I'm streaming from my laptop, which is running Arch Linux. So I have it fully set up there. But now I have it running here. So I no longer, Beer Bash, I no longer have Windows on any computers in my house. No more Windows. It's gone. The Microslop is all gone, baby. So, yeah. So yeah, get some sleep, man. I know you were playing Star Citizen for a few hours. I gotta hop on with you. I think this Sunday I should be able to hop on with you and Seaweed on Star Citizen, so we will be there. And yeah, by the way, I did get Star Citizen working on Linux. Got him. So what we're gonna do next is so Beer Bash, I don't know if you can see here, I have OBS fully working in Linux. All my scenes, everything works. Look at this. All my scenes. Also, I can control my camera with an external app called Camera Controls. So this little thing, this little tool here, controls all your cameras, not just one. If you have multiple cameras, like you have say like a face cam, and then you have some other like, you know, desk cam or something like that, you can actually control everything with one Swiss Army knife tool. And so basically, this allows you to also change profiles. So I created 2 profiles. I have a close-up and I have a wide shot. And I can just switch profiles like that on the go. Pretty sick, right? So I've got all that set up. We also set up dedicated. So one thing I recommend as well, I know Beer Bash, you're streaming and you've been doing streaming and stuff for a while. One thing I recommend if you want more stream performance. So notice on my desktop, I have the camera imported as a scene. Okay, and the reason I have that is because what I do, I take my camera, make it full screen. I make it full screen like this, and the only source on that scene is the camera. Everything's there. Then what I do is I add that scene to my other scenes as a layer. And then basically I can throw it in the corner, I can make it full screen, whatever, but it only renders once. It renders once on that scene, and then that scene is replicated all over the place. It improves your performance, and it cuts your frame render time, so you don't have drop frames. Pretty good thing to do. That's another thing I do also with browser sources. So for example, with my alert, I have an alert box and I have a donation tracker. So I only add my browser sources once instead of all over the place. You know, and then I basically do that scene, and then I basically reference that scene on all my others and just put it as a layer. So yeah, you can layer scenes on top of each other. It's something a lot of people don't know about. It's something a lot of people don't know about, you know, about this. They don't know that about OBS, that you can layer scenes. So, and it actually helps with performance. So, with that, let's go to StreamerBot. So we need to set up StreamerBot, and the easiest way to do that, again, as you can see here, StreamerBot is a good replacement for like Stream Elements, Streamlabs, Fossabot, Nightbot. It gives you a lot more flexibility. So the easiest way to install, by the way, StreamerBot, if you look at their documentation, is through what's called Lutris. And Lutris is basically like a universal game store, kind of like Steam, but it gives you access to multiple things like Epic, GOG, you know, Ubisoft, you know, those kind of game stores, and also has different runners for things. So it has a native Linux runner. It also has Wine and Proton. So anyways, those deets aside, we are going to install Lutris through we're going to install StreamerBot through Lutris. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to click the plus sign here in Lutris and we fire it up, and we are going to run from a local install script, this third option here. So we hit this and we browse to our file. If you go to downloads, StreamerBot, and the YAML file that we saved, okay, and hit go. Bam, there it is, StreamerBot latest. There you go. We're going to create an app menu shortcut, and it's going to install there. What I want to do, yeah, that's fine. So it'll install here. We'll continue, and then we'll hit that. Watch this. It's going to install so quickly and just work. Hopefully, it should. Yeah, favorite style of beer? I don't really drink alcohol anymore. I haven't touched alcohol in a long, long time. So, and now what it's doing, you can see here. Ooh, invalid wine prefix. What happened here? Make sure to create the prefix before saving to a registry. What the heck? What's going on here? Why am I getting an invalid wine prefix? Lutris install invalid wine prefix. What's going on? the manual. Hi, I was able to fix this. Okay, abort. Hang on a minute. It's not working. Okay. What we need to do, it looks like we need to remove, okay, there's a little bit of a problem here. Hang on a minute. Huh, I don't have that, but okay, interesting. I don't have that file. I also do not, but installing Wine standalone and restarting, the error went away. Okay, so we need to install Wine. So, okay, we have it installed now. Okay. So now I think we should be able to do it. So if we install from a local script, we select our script again. We're gonna install. And yes, please. Come on, work this time. Yeah, this is sober, obviously. Yeah, I don't drink. I haven't had alcohol in a long time. Okay, there we go. Now, yeah, now it's working. Beautiful. Now it's working. So yeah, if it doesn't work the first time, just do it the second time. And now you can see StreamerBot is working. And check this out. Oh, Lutris has encountered an error. That's fine. Ooh, Proton's not compatible with 32-bit. Why is this 32-bit? Wine tricks. Hang on a minute. Okay, Lutris is all locked up for me. Lutris, wine, 32-bit prefix. Why not? Hang on a minute. Wait, is he a ping tuber? No, he's not. No, he would never. Selection for prefix types, default auto, so it figures it out. Hang on a minute. Game app config, game options. Okay, this is completely borked. Hang on. This thing's giving me a little trouble. It's just confused. Alright. Let me try this again. Check his stream. Alright, stream snipe, stream snipe. No way. I can't believe this. What? Wait, why is this over here? That doesn't... Huh. It looks cool, but no way he's a PNG tuber. I don't know what this frame over here is. We'll probably have to fix that, but yeah, that looks really, really good. No face cam. That's awesome. So yeah, it looks like Lutris isn't running that, so we're gonna quit out of here for a sec. Let me figure out what's going on. One sec. Okay, okay, so if I run this, or if I configure this, yes, so we'll do wine, game options, we don't run it with Proton, right? That can be set in the configuration on game options. On prefix what? You can add it. It's configuration. It's on the game options tab, prefix architecture, but it's a little tricky. You can set it up on. That's so weird that it like... One sec. Will it work with the 11.12? Let me try this. This should run. No, it didn't run. Wine config. Okay, we're having a little trouble. Having a little trouble with this. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, because Wine GE 8.26, there's a bug in the release version that okay. Excuse me. Right click the Wine version 7. Okay. There's a bug in the release version Lutris prevent. This has been fixed in the git pull of Lutris and the R. Other distros. Oh, are you kidding me, dude? Oh my goodness. So this isn't working? Are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. So the thing is, this is creating a 64-bit prefix though. So why is it complaining about 32 bits? I don't know. What is it complaining about? I don't know what it's complaining about. Terminate. You know what? We might. Lutris seems to be broken. Hang on a minute. Yeah, we'll set this for the Wine version. But that's for Windows. Advanced. Hang on a minute. Sorry, 1 second, chat. I'm trying to figure this out. Wait, why is this missing? What the heck? Okay, that's on Windows. Yeah, that's in the prefix there. Yeah, we should. But I'm trying to figure this out. I'm very confused as to what's going on. Prefix architecture, 64-bit. Save. Okay, will it run? Please run, please run, please run. Please. 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 Sometimes you gotta struggle a bit. I mean, you struggle just as much on Windows. It's just as much of a struggle. Oh, it didn't work. Rat. Show logs. Why didn't it work? Read full must. Okay. That's very strange. Hang on a minute. I need to set something. What I want to do. Wait, where did I set it to a 32-bit or a 64-bit? Hang on a minute. What's that? What runner am I using? I'm using system. We could use Proton, why not? It should work. It should work out of the box on Proton. Let me see, this should work on Proton. Come on. No. No, it didn't like that. So we need to configure this with, probably with Wine GE. And then, yeah, we need all of this. There's no architecture setting. That's interesting. Okay, there is. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Will this work? Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's see. Will this work? Will this work? Come on. No, it didn't work. It did not work. You have got to be... Why is it just... Failed to load plugin... What the heck? Fatal... What? Okay, so... If you look at this file, it is creating a... If you look at the prefix, it's creating a... creating a wine prefix. This is supposed to automate all this stuff. Like, I don't understand why this doesn't work. The runner is supposed to be on wine, but I don't know. It's just... Okay, this is not working on Lutris, so we're going to remove it. We're going to remove it. So let's not do Lutris. Let's do the Arch Linux install. Yeah. So we're going to do this, okay? We're going to do it this way, actually. So there's another way to do this. You can do it through terminal. This is the easiest way to do it, okay? So we're going to put this here on the right, and we're going to place this on the left. Okay? I'm going to show you all how to install this, okay? So we're going to do... Just make sure we have all the files. Wine tricks, git, and curl. We should have all of these. We should have all of these packages. Yes, we have all these packages. So we'll reinstall everything. No biggie. Quit out of Discord. Sorry. Now what we're going to do is install StreamerBot. So what we want to do is we're going to go to downloads. We're going to go to StreamerBot. Okay. And then we're going to clone. GitHub.com or actually you can't see that, right? So let me clear. Git clone github.com streamerbot SB Linux installer. There you go. And now we're going to cd SB Linux installer, and then we're just going to run the file. There we go. See, now it's installing. And it's going to update the wine config. Come on, please work, please work, please work. And now it should launch. Please work, please work, please work. Come on, baby. And you can run StreamerBot on Linux, so you can actually do it. It is possible. And basically, it's going to run in a wine server. It's all good. Don't worry about all those warnings. Fix me, fix me, fix me. This should work. Let's see if it's running yet. It should pop up here in a second. Oh my gosh, it's moving fast. Yeah, you can bounce back on Linux, which is really cool. With Windows, oh wow, Windows is sometimes it's just unresolvable, or not unresolvable, but it's like one of those things where, like, with Windows sometimes you just have to like reformat and start over. It's so annoying. There we go. Yeah, it's doing all the setup stuff. While it's doing that, check on something real quick. No, you're good. You're cool. I'm just waiting for this thing to fully install. It's a lot. Oh dang, I'm watching Switzerland is at 2-0 against Algeria at the 90th minute. You don't need that. You can just use Proton. Now there are some, yeah, Windows only. You can use bottles. There's a tool called bottles that you can use to run those. Or you can use Lutris. Lutris allows you to do it as well. So Spain won against Spain is 3-0 against Austria. Portugal won against Croatia. And Switzerland is likely to win against Algeria, but who knows? It's the 90th minute, and I don't think there's 6 minutes of overtime though. There are 6 minutes of overtime. I didn't see it, but how was it? Okay, this is just installing everything now. Oh my god. It's installing so much stuff. So you just gotta let it rip basically. But what we did, and something that'll help us, that will pay off, we did a backup of StreamerBot. So as you can see here, it has been, yeah, even though it's been in, you know, a very cursed place. You know, some of the games have been in a cursed place, and it was the United States, maybe Canada to some degree. Canada's all right. But as you can see here, so if you remember, from my last, when I had my Windows install, I did a full backup of all my StreamerBot settings, and so once we get StreamerBot up and running, it takes a little while to install. Once we get it up and running, we will be able to restore that backup. All right? We're going to restore that backup and then see how many of my settings still remain. So I'll do all my commands, timers, everything work. Then obviously you have to log back into Twitch and all that stuff. You have to set up all your accounts again. But yeah, you're going to be able you're going to be able to, run StreamerBot. So, and this is a lot for a stream bot. I get it. Like, this is probably overkill. But StreamerBot is super powerful. It's probably the most powerful of the bots. There you go. Installation successful. It only took a few minutes and thousands of lines of code. But check this out. Check this out. Check this out. That's what I'm talking about. Now, what we can do then, so now that we have StreamerBot, we can go to settings and we can do import. So you can import, no, that's an import string. No, I want to go, if you go to menu, no, if you go to settings, where is it that you, sorry, one second. Okay, excuse me, backups. So what you want to do, you can, that's backups. Hang on a minute. How do I import a backup? Cloud backups are a supporter perk. Okay, how do I restore a backup? One sec. That's an import string. No, I don't want that. You see, this is a bunch of stuff. I think what I need to do is just copy pasta these. So, like, for instance, I don't know where this is running out of. I don't have a StreamerBot account. How do I restore a backup? Backup and restore. Restoring backups. Navigate to your backups directory, select data backup. Oh, the StreamerBot directory. Okay. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna take this backup. Okay, we're going to extract it. So what we want to do first, we're going to extract this. Extract to new folder, SB backup. Okay, we're gonna make a folder, SB backup, And we're going to extract it here. Extract here. Yes. As you can see, these are all of our commands. So if I were to open this with NeoVim, see, those are all my commands in JSON config. So what we're going to do though is we're going to copy this and we're going to find out where exactly it put StreamerBot. I believe it put it in games. Or did it put it there, or did it put it in where did it install StreamerBot? It might have installed it in where is it? Hang on. Installation on Linux. Boy Meets Mini local lib. Oh, it's in my local. Yeah. Okay, .local.lib. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go to my home folder. And then, yeah, I need to view hidden as well. So let's show hidden files. .local, lib, streamerbot, and data. So now what we want to do, we're going to go back. So we're going to go. So what I did, I opened the program data directory, and that's where it is. Local lib streamerbot data. And then what I need to do is go back to my old backup from my previous machine. Go to this folder. I'm going to select all these files and paste them in here. And we're going to overwrite all of them. Bam. There you go. See that? We're going to overwrite all of these files. Actually, no, I don't. Hang on a minute. No, we want. Oh. Okay. Let me copy these. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know what it was doing there with the backup. Ooh, wait. Okay, so this. Oh no. Did I mess it up? Did I mess it up? Why did it do backups? That's kind of weird. It should work. Let's see. Let's see. It should be fine because it's only going to look at those files. The backup's not going to care about it. It shouldn't care about the backups. Also, how's my stream been tonight? Hopefully it's better. Hopefully my audio quality's better and not that. Okay, so now you can see here, by the way, check this out. All my commands got preserved. Okay, all my commands got preserved. Look at this. Look at that. All my commands are here. And now I just have to log back into everything. Okay, so we're going to do that. I'm going to log back into my Twitch. So we're going to log in. Authorize. Logged in. And now we're going to log into my bot account. Look at that. Everything came back. It's freaking awesome. So now what we need to do, hang on a minute. Let me not show my password. So see, it's just like setting up StreamerBot on Linux is not that bad. It's very similar setting it up on Windows. All that matters is the installation. The rest of it is the same. It's literally the same thing. So what we can do, I need to go to my twitch.tv and log in as my bot. We're gonna log out. We're gonna log in as my Twitch bot. Bot meets mini. Password. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna log in as the bot. Authorize. Thank you. All right, both of those are connected. So now we can log back out and log in as myself again. So now you all can see. Sorry, I didn't want to show my password or anything, but now you can see my bot is also connected. Basically, I had to log out and then log in as my login as the bot. So yeah, like I said, we will be live tomorrow morning to continue this some more. But yeah, that's basically how you set up your bot. All your I could explain streamer bot maybe another time if you all have questions about it. But basically, what you can do is you set up a bunch of commands. So like all your all your commands in here, and then you can set up your actions. In fact, I might be able. Oh, we need an OBS Studio connection. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna remove this connection. Or actually, we're gonna edit it, and I'm going to not show my password. Hang on a minute. So what you need to do is you need to edit it, and then you need to set the password. Okay, so there's a password here. Now, the thing is that I think we need to do, is it 103? Yeah, 103. And we're going to, sorry, one sec. We're going to get the password from OBS. So let's fire up OBS. We're going to get the because it's a new password that it generated. So for those wondering where this password comes from, if I go to my OBS and I go to Tools, WebSocket Server Settings, that's where this comes from. So what I need to do is generate a password and then copy that into StreamerBot. Okay, we're going to copy that in the StreamerBot, and then StreamerBot will connect. Okay, so let me do that safely. Okay, I'm going to generate a password, and I'm going to copy it. Okay, and now that we've copied the password and you all can't see it, we're going to paste it. Okay, auto connect on startup and retry every 30 seconds, and then we can hit OK, and it's going to retry. Should connect here. Oh wow, it remembered my YouTube tokens. Whoa, that's cool. Okay, connect. It didn't work. Okay, the reason is our socket server wasn't on, so we'll enable that. Now check this out. Connect. No. What's going on? Why is OBS WebSocket? This is supposed to be running. Got a minute. StreamerBot, what are you doing? 4455, yes. I don't know what it's doing. It's not connecting. Hang on a minute. We're gonna add a new connection. OBS main. Let's just say 3. Okay. For some reason, this thing isn't enabling. Do I have to restart OBS? I'm really wondering if this is working at all. There's probably some package that's like not installed. Okay, StreamerBot. Come on, baby. No? Why? OBS, Linux, WebSocket, not connecting. Firewall. WebSocket, you don't need plugin, just delete the one in the plugins folder, don't re-download. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Oh, I think I'm missing, you know what? I think I'm missing a package. Hang on a minute. So I'm gonna close out of OBS real quick. A lot of windows happening here. Let me Lutris, close out of that. Close out of OBS. We don't need it. Don't need Steam right now. What we do need is we need We need Flat Hub, yeah. That's right. And we need to search for OBS stuff. So, if I search for that, OBS, if we go here and we look at add-ons, there should be a WebSocket server, I think. Legacy WebSocket, that's the 4.x, no. It's not it. I don't know why it's not allowing the... Not allowing that. It's very weird. That's very weird to me. Why doesn't it allow that? Like, it should allow it. I find that strange. Plugin manager. Yeah, I got the advanced scene switcher. I mean, this has a WebSocket server built in, and it's on. It's not like it's not on. Hang on a minute. I might have a wrong password. Let me just check this. Okay, it's probably because I have the wrong password. We're gonna edit this. Okay. Let's see if it connects now. I did input the right password. Yes! It works. Look at that, it works. All right, so now what's really cool is everything's connected. Now, we aren't streaming, but I'm gonna try something. Y'all wanna try this? Will this work? Yes, it does work. My bot's working. You can see that it completed the event there. So that's how the bot works. Like, it's actually able to do those kind of things. Like, for example, if I want to do my YouTube links, there it goes. And also you can see over in YouTube chat as well. Some of these really do work. Oh, you know what? There's a funny command. So all our backups are restored. That's so cool. And the YouTube thing worked out of the box, which is amazing. I have a funny command here, by the way. I'm just gonna ban Alex. So it's not a real ban. I'm not actually banning you. It's just it's a funny ban. There you go. Alex, you're banned. Driver number 86 has been 86th from the race with a black flag. Reason, Esper kick. If anybody has watched Pokemon Generations, you know that scene. You know the scene where Emma kicks Esper. Emma becomes evil. That's Emma, right? Yeah, who kicks Esper. Yeah. It's one of the most heinous episodes of Pokemon Generations ever. Yeah. So that's a little bot I wrote. And by the way, let me show you how I wrote this bot. You want to see how I wrote this bot? So this bot gets a random number between 0 and 99. So I added a little sub action to, you know, a little step here to get a random number between 0 and 99 for the driver number. Then I have, well, this may not work. Oh, it works. I have a C# function. This is written in C#, by the way. I have a C# function to actually create the message. So it actually sets the variables, the ban reason, and also it gets the reason out of the input and stuff. So basically this like parses the input and then creates that string. It basically puts that together. So it's a little C# code, a little C# function I wrote. And then basically I use variables to get this, so. So pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So yeah, we were able to we are actually able to do this. It's pretty awesome. Let me see if my Vanya command works. I know Vanya's gonna be like, why'd you shout me out of the blue? Anyways, yeah, it does work. There you go. That should work. There you go. And see, even that works, the just Vanya shout out. So all of that works. My pronouns are also there. There you go. So you want to know what my pronouns are? Well, it looks simple. This took me hours to set up. Or it took me like maybe an hour or two to set up. And also that script took me forever to figure out, like, this thing. Can you imagine how long this took me to figure out? Yeah, because I had to figure out, okay, what are the functions and stuff. But basically, I was able to figure out how to take the input from StreamerBot and then go from there. So I had to read the documentation on that. And also I have the same thing on YouTube as well. So I can also do it there. I think it works on YouTube. Yeah, it does work on YouTube. By the way, check YouTube chat. It also works on YouTube chat. It works on YouTube chat. That's so cool. God, I'm grinning. I'm grinning now that this works. So, oh, by the way, hey, Disrong, good to see you. By the way, Atomic Crouton, if you want to use StreamerBot, it has VTube Studio integration. Heck yeah. So you can actually create commands in your StreamerBot that control your VTuber. Yes, you can. Yes. You can also do voice mods. So there's all kinds of... So StreamerBot is really cool. Hey, Disron, good to see you. So I'm showing everybody what I'm doing tonight on stream. I'm showing everybody how to set up all your streaming stuff on Linux. You don't need Windows. So Disron, I don't know if you were here yesterday. I nuked Windows 11 off my machine, and I'm setting everything up on Linux. So I have Arch Linux running. We installed some games. We installed OBS, we installed a bunch of plugins, we restored backup. So basically what I did before I got rid of Win 11, I backed up everything. My scenes, my OBS profile, my streamer bot, I backed everything up. And tonight we just pulled everything in, restored it, and it was pretty easy to get everything back up and running on Linux. It was shockingly easy. And then we also installed StreamerBot on Linux, which is a little tricky because it runs in a Windows container, so it's a little tricky to install. But the script worked, you know. The script saved us, and yeah, as Todd Howard says, it just works. Or you're a Catgirl Chef VTuber, you have a chibi version. Oh, that's cool. I know. I like I know Mouse has I like Mouse's chibi as well. Mouse's chibi is just peak chibi VTuber. And then what I like to do, always remember in StreamerBot, hit save. Always do, because you don't want to because we changed some things around, so hit save. Oh, you went to that trouble? But I'm on Linux, baby. I got rid of the Microslop, okay? For the most part. Obviously, I'm running Wine for some things, but hey, we're circumventing Microsoft. Okay, we're making Satya Nadella even angrier. We're making him cope and seethe. Anyways, but yeah, StreamerBot has tons of cool integrations. You can integrate also to Streamlabs. So if you don't use OBS Studio but you use Streamlabs, you can integrate to that. It just has so many integrations, and there's additional plugins you can download as well. The other thing too that's very, very useful, StreamerBot has a file folder watcher, which is pretty cool. You can also, so I have timers set up, and these are some really interesting timers. So I have certain commands that automatically run, basically like on a periodic basis. So throughout the stream, you'll see the bot spit out things and basically, you know, like the stream, things like that. But also, so there's a really cool thing I set up, and this is something I recommend, by the way. When ads start on Twitch, so if you're affiliate or partner and you are running ads on Twitch, I recommend having a message when the ads are about to start, when the ads are about to start, have a message, an announcement in chat, hey, ads are on. That way you know the ads are on, you see it, you know, in your chat, and then, you know, you take your break or whatever, you get up, walk around. And then you can have a message for when the ads are ending so people know it's there. Now, how is it possible to set that up? How does StreamerBot know when the ads are starting and when they're done? Well, Twitch tells you, right? It turns out StreamerBot communicates with Twitch's API, and Twitch's API has that information. So we can leverage that. And the way we leverage this is through an action. So everything in StreamerBot is an action. And then you have, below that, you have sub-actions that run as part of the whole action. It's basically like you're sort of setting up, you know, workflows. And so this workflow I set up was the ad timer. So this, you have to set up two workflows. You have to set up a workflow for when the ads start and when the ads end. And the way it works, okay, is the way this works. So if I set up an ad starting, so these are my ad reminders, what I do is, what this does is it starts a timer, okay? It starts a timer, Twitch ad starting. Now, where does that timer come from? If you go down here to timers and services, Twitch ad starting is 3,600 seconds. So basically, yeah, this is, okay. So the reason it's set up this way is because I have ads at the top of each hour, right? So the top of the hour ad break is every 60 minutes or every 3,600 seconds, right? So I know at the top of the hour ad break, or whenever that hour comes in stream, it's going to trigger. So I know the ads are starting. So that's a manual timer. Then I know I run 90 seconds of ads, right? 1:30 of ads. So I do 3690 as my interval. So basically I have two timers constantly running. Okay? And these are enabled when you start stream, by the way. So, okay, okay. So that's basically it. You basically have a timer every hour and every hour and 90 seconds. So then what you do is you kick off this timer, okay? And what kicks off the timer, there's a trigger that the Twitch ads are starting, right? And so this starts, you know, yeah. So yeah, that's when that starts. So you start that timer. Now, when the ads are ending, this is what happens. Yeah, so you have the Twitch ads that are ending. So basically, yeah, it's just a timer action. Now, one thing you can also do, you can set a different type of trigger. So you can also, in here, if you add a trigger, you can add, it's kind of hard to see, Twitch ads, upcoming ad. So you can also do that kind of thing for Twitch as well. You can, you know, you can also do upcoming ad and stuff like that. So I could change that as well. In fact, let's change that now. Let's do that now. So we don't actually need the timers. What we can do then is the ads can end, right? So what we'll do is we'll actually set up a different timer. So we're going to delete this timer, and then we're going to rename this timer Twitch ads, and it's going to be a 90-second timer. This is going to be a 90-second timer, and it's only going to enable, okay? This is only going to enable when the ads start, okay? So let's set up an action for that. So when the ads start, we're going to remove this trigger, and what we're going to do instead is we're going to add a Twitch ad trigger, and the ad will be upcoming, okay? So the ad is upcoming. And we're going to do 1 minute before. We have an ad upcoming, right? Upcoming ad, all right? And this is going to announce okay? Returning in 90 seconds, okay? So there you go. So we're going to announce that upcoming, okay? The ad will come. Or what I can do, instead of upcoming ad, I can remove this trigger. Or, well, yeah. We can, let's remove this trigger. We can add a different trigger. We can add a Twitch right as the ads start. So when the ad runs, I announce, hey, there's an ad pit stop, okay? There's an ad pit stop coming in, and we're returning in 90 seconds, okay? Now, when the ads are ending, when the ads are about to end, basically what we can also do, so when the ads start, what I can also do is I can kick off a timer. So I can add a sub action. What you need to do is go into core, timers, set timer state. And now in here, you can go in and you can say, okay, I'm starting the Twitch ads timer. It's kicking off, right? And then I do my Twitch announcement. And you want to set the timer first because it triggers first and then the Twitch announce, so it's a more accurate time. Otherwise, it'll have some lag. Now, when the timer is finished, okay, so this, the timer is, yeah, Twitch ads, okay? So when the timer, so this is timed actions. When the timer runs out, the ending event is going to trigger. And then we'll say the add pit stop is complete. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start this trigger, okay? We're going to test this. So let's test the trigger. See that? And now what you're going to see, after about 1.5 minutes, you're going to see that come back. So that timer is going to run out, and then you're going to see the pit stop complete. Moment of truth. Okay, so that's kind of how you do this. All right, pretty cool, right? So you can do all kinds of cool stuff with StreamerBot. Hopefully that was a little bit of a tutorial for all of you. Oh wait, I shouldn't have closed that. I'm so stupid. I should have kept StreamerBot running. It's not gonna work. I have to trigger it again. Hang on. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. That timer probably canceled itself out. Let me check my action history. Pending actions. No, there's none. Let's trigger that again. Sorry. There it goes. So now after 90 seconds, you should see that ending event. But yeah, that's kind of how you work on. And now also you can see here. Yeah, sorry, I accidentally got out of it. But now you can see here that, why isn't OBS auto connecting? Hang on a minute. What's going on? Okay, my broadcaster account's not connecting. What the heck? Okay, it should connect here soon. My bot account's connected, which is all fine. I mean, I run everything through my bot account anyways. But yeah, my YouTube and Twitch, and you can see here, this is my, okay? You can see here. So that's my WebSocket session from StreamerBot. The lag is less? Hey, well... See, the Linux thing is working. And now when you can see, one thing you can see, by the way, is you can actually check where your timers are at. So see, this timer is enabled. You're gonna see this timer disable very, very soon. Okay, this timer is going to be disabled. There we go, add pit stop complete. And now you can see there, the timer is disabled and you see the chat. So that's an ad break. I simulated an ad break there for you. Pretty sick, right? And so basically that cycle will run every hour. Or whenever the ads run. Actually, it's cool. This doesn't depend. So let's say I change my ad frequency or I change how long the ads are. All I have to do is I just have to change the timer length. So if I know, okay, if I change the 60-second ads, I got to change my timer to 60 seconds. That's it. Everything else should be automatic. Beautiful, right? So I just got to remember to change it here. So yeah, all kinds of stuff. You can do all kinds of stuff with StreamerBot. It's so powerful. And that's why I really, really like it. I really like StreamerBot for that reason. It is one of the most, and also, see, the problem with Firebot is it's Twitch only. StreamerBot has YouTube and other streaming platforms, and I believe there's more on the way as well. So, where do we send you? It is 10:30 p.m. It is getting late for me. But yeah, I hope all of this really helped make sense for you. Touch Portal, I don't want to cover that because Touch Portal basically, you just, all you do with, I'm gonna look for some alternatives for Touch Portal. We're gonna talk about that another time. But yeah, we got through a lot of the setup tonight. I'm really, really happy with how everything went. And yeah, so tomorrow, actually, we're not gonna have to stream off the laptop. We're gonna stream off the desktop finally, and yeah, we'll have all the. Oh, actually no. You know what? Let me show you one more thing. Sorry, one more thing. I know. Sorry, one more thing, folks. One more thing. Please bear with me. So we're not rating out yet. Okay. So one thing I also want to show you, by the way. So StreamerBot, as if StreamerBot wasn't based enough already. All right, let's fire up StreamerBot one more time. Let me show you something. Let me show you something very cool. All right. So StreamerBot has a cool feature. You can actually see your chat in StreamerBot. And what's really, so if I hit chat here, notice something. I can look at both chats together, and I'm going to send a message to all of you. Yes, StreamerBot's extremely popular, but I can send a message to all the chats. Hi, this is Bot Meets Mini. And you're gonna see it appears in both Twitch and YouTube chats. If you're monitoring YouTube chat right now, it just showed up. Pretty nice, right? And also you can send as the bot if you want. But yeah, I just send it as myself. Now, what's cool is, this is a combined chat. No, it doesn't do Discord. It just does Twitch and YouTube for now. Restream, I think, can do Discord. It can output to Discord, and it has Discord integration to Restream. But Restream the chat is not as good. I find this a lot better. So yeah. So yeah, you can see your chat here now. What's very, very cool. So I don't know if you noticed in my OBS. If I go to my chat window, oh, it works. It works. So let me show you why this works. Okay, and this is a bit complicated, but this is me showing off now. So as you can see, I've got a custom chat overlay. Now you wonder, how did he do that? Let me show you. So the custom chat overlay is a browser source, and it's this really, really long URL. So the way this works is we have, and it shows YouTube and Twitch chat combined. Okay, this is cross-platform chat. So let me just show you something. Can I open a file? Hang on. It's my library. Okay, so what we're gonna do, so I have a tool called Stream Chat. Okay, yeah, streamer bot stream chat. Okay, so somebody made a little HTML overlay. All right, somebody made an HTML overlay that has the let me find it. Yeah, so somebody made an overlay basically like this. So you can all obviously do this, but what I'm gonna do is there's a tool called Izzy/stream chat. Okay, now this is archived, it's deprecated, okay, but I'd love to take over development of this and like add more functions. So basically this you can run this offline. Okay, you can't use it online, you can use it offline. And then basically what you can do is you can generate the streamer style. Okay, so let me show you this. So we go into stream chat and we go into generator.html. So open generator.html, and then what we're going to do is yeah, we don't need the live preview. We're going to load the settings. So what you can do, you can take your URL from your browser source. So take this, copy this, go to your generator, load settings. It's not working. This is broken. How is that working then? Okay, I guess the link generator doesn't work. It's broken, so I'll probably have to debug that. I'd love to fix it because I use it a lot, so I might as well contribute. I could probably fix it. So yeah, but yeah, that's how I got my streamer. So basically that tool allows you to, it has a little UI where you can basically set the theme. So you can say, oh, I want boxes, I want a border around each thing, I want the username this big, I want this font, I want pronouns, I want, like, it'll have all the features, and then it'll generate a long URL for you. You copy that URL, you add it as a browser source, and bam, you have a chat overlay. Same thing over here. If someone types something, either YouTube or Twitch chat, someone types something, it'll show up here. Yeah, PCG won't, I have it set to ignore bots. But yeah, somebody types something. Look at that. Look at that. It shows up there as well. So, and that fades away. So I have a separate, I created two overlays. So I have one that, see, it fades off like that. It has a little fade off setting, and where that fade off setting lives, so I have a small version of the chat. I have I believe it's in, hang on a minute. Fade duration 15. I'm gonna set it to 30 seconds just to show messages longer on the screen. So now it'll take 30 seconds. So if I say, 30 seconds later. Pause. Do I have a pause emote? Okay, I have a doodle pause emote. There you go. But yeah, this will last for 30 seconds, as you can see. And it'll also show your pronouns from the pronoun picker. And yeah, if you're wondering where I get the pronouns from, it's pronouns. You can set your pronouns here at pronouns.alejo.io. I highly recommend this. You just log in with Twitch. This is a tool maintained by a person named Alejo. They maintain it. You log in with Twitch and you select your pronouns. And you can also update them. So that's, and I see them in my chat as well. There is actually for Firefox and Chrome. So Firefox extensions, yeah, there's a Twitch chat pronouns extension as well. So this will work in your like Twitch chat when you're viewing in the browser. So they don't have it for Chatterino. I know some people use Chatterino. They don't have it yet for Chatterino, but there you go. I'd love to take over this project though. This is a nice little HTML project, so I'll have to see the if they want to. I'll have to talk to Izzy and see if they want a new maintainer. So yeah, I'm gonna actually move this tab to dev. There we go, I'll move it there. That'll be a cool project to contribute to, because I do use it and I want to contribute to it, so might as well. But yeah, there you go, everybody. That we got everything. We got everything working. Yes, we got everything working. I'm so happy. Oh. Actually, no, I'll get it working later. But yeah, I do have a different overlay for the fundraiser, by the way. I don't know if you all can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the stream window, that little dialog box. That is actually our fundraiser tracker now. And so basically, I have a file that that has the number. So for example, so I basically just update it myself. If I go to Documents, and then I change donation.txt. Donation.txt. So I can change the amount. So if it's 2640, if I change it to 2740, watch what happens. It actually watches the file and it updates. Isn't that cool? It actually watches the file and it updates. So obviously we're going to put it back. There we go. And it's back. Yeah, so I just basically, I made a little, I made a little overlay with HTML and CSS and some JavaScript functionality. And yeah, I found some CSS styles. I basically looked around and like tried to figure out how to do like a Win98 style sort of dialogue. And yeah, there we go. We got it. So yeah. Yep. Very, very cool. Anyways. But yeah, that's all we have for tonight, folks. Hopefully you all enjoyed that. Tonight was long, but I hope that, you know, we were able to help you get your stream setup working. You know, we had a few diversions with, you know, trying to get VTube Studio to work and everything. Obviously, yeah, there is there is some legwork you have to do. I think what I might end up doing for VTube Studio is I might end up using that for... I might end up using VTube Studio for like, you know, with my phone, right? So I think, like you said, a phone cam is the best way to do it. So yeah, I hope you do too, Distron. I really appreciate you, but we are going to be raiding out. In fact, we are going to be raiding, speaking of YouTubers, we're going to be raiding out to a friend of ours. We're going to raid, and on YouTube, we are ending stream. But on Twitch, we are raiding out everybody. So we're going to raid our friend Daharumba. Oh, sorry, I don't have the raid message. Put whatever message you want, okay? Put whatever message you want. For Daharumba, I don't know, put an O Canada because he's Canadian. I don't know. Do whatever you want. So yeah, there you go, everybody. We're gonna go and raid Daharumba. And Daho, by the way, Daho is now a PNG tuber, so we all get to congratulate him for that. So let's all go see Daharumba. Thank you all for coming tonight. There you can see Daho is his there is his PNG tuber. Thank you all for coming. They're in both languages. But yeah, thank you all for coming. We will be on again bright and early. I got to get some sleep. Boy, tomorrow we're going to do some more exciting things. We are going to get the sim racing rig up and running in Linux. All right, we're gonna get the sim racing rig up and running in Linux. We're gonna have F1. We're gonna try to get like a Assetto Corsa Rally truck sim. We're gonna try it all out, and then we're gonna get my flight stick set up in Star Citizen. All right, all on Linux. Can you believe it? I'm showing you everything this OS can do. It's absolutely incredible. More people should switch to it, and hopefully these tutorials and sort of just hanging out together, figuring it out, has sort of given you some confidence to do that. So, anyways. Be nice to Daho, give him a follow. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific.